Hello there, my sleepy nights. Tonight, we'll board the Death Star for a collection of Night Shift Radio. And if you enjoy this broadcast, please give us a like, subscribe, and let me know your thoughts in the comments below. If you wish, you can support the channel on our Patreon, where you get access to our Spotify playlist and early access to all these stories. But for now, let's get cozy and tune in to the Death Star.
Night Shift Radio.
You're listening to Imperial Radio Network, Death Star Primary Channel, broadcasting across all sectors. The voice of Imperial Unity, KJ Midnight Morning.
Good evening, Empire. This is Night Shift Radio with Midnight Morton, broadcasting across all sectors of this magnificent station. 2,300 hours, and you're tuned to the only show that keeps the Imperial war machine running through the night. And tonight, we've got hopefully no equipment malfunctions, no mysterious temporal anomalies. I want just stories tonight. That's right. I want to hear your best Imperial war stories. The incidents that get passed around at shift change. The moments that make you question how we actually run this place. Let's go straight to the calls. Imperial Comm Line 1, you're live across the Death Star.
Operating number MN4782. Level 2 clearance. Name's Darwin Maintenance Division.
Welcome to Night Shift, Darwin. You've got a story for us?
Oh, more than do I ever. This happened about 6 weeks ago, and I still can't believe I survived it. So, you know how the laundry facilities process about 400,000 uniforms per cycle?
I'm aware of the scale, yes.
Right, well, I dropped off my standard maintenance overalls for cleaning like I do every week. Nothing special, but when I went to pick them up the next day, there was some kind of a mix-up. Instead of my coveralls, they handed me an admiral's uniform. You know, full dress uniform with all the rank insignia and the little cape thing.
How does that even happen?
I'm not sure, Morden, but Admiral Yoland's uniform and mine got logged under similar ID codes because of some, I think, data entry droid had a glitch or something, but the laundry tech just scanned the code and handed it over to me. I didn't even notice at first. I was half asleep. I grabbed the bag and went back to my quarters.
And, when did you realize what had happened?
Well, I was in such a daze. I didn't really notice until I was wearing it. I had an early shift, so I was getting dressed in the dark because my bunkmates, he's still sleeping, and I'm thinking, this feels really nice today. The fabric was way softer than my usual coveralls.
So you put on the Admiral's uniform without noticing?
I put on the Admiral's uniform without noticing. I walked out our quarters, headed toward the maintenance bay, and suddenly everyone's saluting me. You know, at first I thought they were just messing with me. You know how the maintenance crews are, so I just sort of awkwardly saluted back and kept on walking.
Oh no, Darvin. This doesn't sound good.
Well, the next thing I get to the turbo lift, and a stormtrooper holds the door for me. Actually holds the door. That never happens. And he says, "Good morning, Admiral." I step onto the turbo lift, and there's this lieutenant commander already inside. He immediately stands to attention, presses himself against the wall to give me some space.
And let me guess, you still hadn't looked down at yourself?
Oh, no, Morden, I'm not a morning person. The turbo lift doors are polished, but I wasn't looking at my reflection. I was thinking about which plasma conduit I needed to check first. The lieutenant commander is sweating bullets next to me, and I'm just standing there like an idiot, completely oblivious.
Darvin, when did realization dawn?
Well, I got off on level 15, which, by the way, is not where maintenance usually goes. I step out and there's this whole security checkpoint. The guards snap to attention. One of them says, "Admiral Yolan, we weren't expecting you until the briefing at 900 hours.
Let me guess, and that's when you looked down.
That's when I looked down. And there it was, the full Admiral's uniform, complete with rank insignia, medals I definitely didn't earn, and a cape, Morden. I'm wearing a cape. And I repair ventilation systems for a living.
And, what did you do?
I panicked, of course, internally, but I kept my face neutral, which is apparently very Admiral-like behavior. And I just said, yes, the 0900 briefing, because I couldn't think of anything else. And then this aide appears next to me with a datapad and starts walking next to me, talking about orbital defense protocols and resource allocation.
And you just sort of went with it?
Yeah, I mean, what was I supposed to do? Say, "Sorry, wrong person, I'm actually here to fix a leaky pipe"? I was on level 15 more than I was scared. That's commander territory. If I admitted I was a maintenance worker at an admiral's in an admiral's uniform, at best I'd be court-martialed. At worst, well, you know what happens to people who embarrass command staff.
So what you're saying is you committed to the bit?
Well, yes, I committed to survival. And so the aide escorts me to this conference room. And there's like 15 high-ranking officers seated around a table. A captain stands up and he says, "Admiral, we've prepared the efficiency reports you requested." And they hand me a datapad with the most complicated spreadsheet I've ever seen.
And what did you do?
Well, I sat down at the head of the table, just like I belonged there. Everyone's looking down at me, you know, expectantly. So, start scrolling through this datapad, nodding along thoughtfully, like I understand any of it. There's these charts about weapons deployment, personnel rotation schedules, resource consumption rates. Oh, I'm a maintenance worker, Morden. I understand pipes, not strategic operations.
They didn't notice? You had no idea what you were looking at?
Well, here's the thing. I think my confusion actually helped. I kept pausing at different sections, frowning like I was finding problems. At one point I said, "Oh, this doesn't seem right," because I genuinely didn't understand charts. And the officers all started scrambling, cross-referencing data, trying to figure out what I'd noticed.
And you'd accidentally did their job for them?
Basically, completely by accident, it seemed. A commander said, "Admiral, are you referring to the allocation in Sector 7? And I said, "Oh yes, among other things," which is what my supervisor says when he doesn't want to specify. And suddenly everyone's taking notes, revising their reports.
Oh, this is incredible.
Oh, Morden, it gets better than that. So, we go through 3 different presentations. Every time I look confused, they assume I've spotted an inefficiency. I made one comment about redundant systems, because that's literally the only technical phrase I know that sounds smart. And it sparked about a 40-minute debate about overlapping communication protocols.
My goodness, how long did this go on for?
4 hours, Morden. 4 entire hours of meetings. I sat through a strategic planning session where they discussed fleet movements, just nodding and occasionally saying proceed or I'll consider that. At one point, someone asked my opinion on reallocating resources, and I said, well, I'd need to see the maintenance impact assessment first.
That's actually a reasonable thing to say.
Right, that's what I thought. And they were all impressed. One officer said, "Oh, that's excellent forward thinking, sir." You know, they actually complimented me for asking about maintenance, which is literally the only thing I know about.
And, when did it finally end?
About lunchtime. The aide says, "Admiral, your lunch meeting with Grand Moff Tarkin is in 10 minutes. And that's when I knew I had to abort. I could fake my way through briefings with middle management, but Tarkin? No. That man would see through me in seconds.
I think that was a good call. And what did you say?
Well, I just said I was feeling unwell, which, you know, at that point wasn't necessarily a lie. I said I needed to return to my quarters immediately. The aide looked concerned, but, you know, I insisted I just needed some rest. They escorted me back to the turbo lift. Everyone was very worried about the Admiral's sudden illness.
And, did you make it back safely?
Oh, Morden, barely. I got back to my quarters, changed into my actual coveralls, and spent the rest of the day hiding in a maintenance shaft, having a little minor breakdown. Kept expecting security to arrest me at any second.
But they didn't?
No, they didn't. But here's the kicker. Right, here's the kicker. About a week later, my supervisor calls me over. He says, Darvin, apparently Admiral Yolan was very impressed with your maintenance impact assessments during last week's briefings. Command wants maintenance to start providing those reports for all major operational decisions.
You've got to be joking.
No, I'm not. All those times I looked confused and asked about maintenance implications. They implemented my recommendations. Maintenance now has a voice in strategic planning meetings. Our department's priority level went up 23%. Admiral Yolan even got commendation.
And, you never told anyone?
I certainly didn't say to anyone. But you never know how things get out. I mean, I'm on the radio right now talking about it. I still have nightmares about Grand Moff Tarkin finding out. And I always check what I'm wearing before I leave my quarters.
Well, that is an impressive story. Thank you very much for sharing. Okay, let's see here. Imperial Comm Line 2, you're live on the air.
Operating number KS1847. Level 1 clearance. This is Torvin from the officers' mess kitchen staff.
Welcome, Torvin. What story do you have for us tonight?
Oh man. Well, Morden, this happened 3 months ago. And I still wake up in cold sweats sometimes. So I work in the kitchens, right? Mostly prep work. Sometimes I plate dishes for officers in the dining room, not glamorous work, but it's steady work.
And I assume something changed that status quo?
Yeah, well, you could say that. So, it's a regular Tuesday afternoon, and head chef Marin storms into the prep area looking absolutely panicked. I've worked under Marin for, about 3 years now. I've never seen him in a panic. This guy once served 50 dinners for admirals, 50 of them, when the main oven exploded. Anyway, this time he's practically hyperventilating, He grabs me by the shoulders and he says, "Torvin, I need you to do something very important and very, very simple." He said, "Can you walk in a straight line without tripping?" And I'm like, "Oh, yes, chef, I think I can manage that." And he says, "Good, because you're delivering a lunch to the Emperor."
Lunch to the Emperor?
Lunch to the Emperor, Morden. Emperor Palpatine himself. I mean, I wasn't even quite sure that he ate food, His personal shuttle just arrived, and for an unexpected inspection, and he requested a meal from our kitchens. And our usual delivery specialist called in sick. And, the backup was dealing with a kitchen fire, and I don't know, Morden, it somehow came down to me.
Well, that's quite a responsibility.
Yeah, that you could say that. That's what I thought. Anyway, I was like, "Chef, surely there's someone more qualified." And he says to me, "There's no time. There's no time, Torvin. The Emperor expects his meal in 15 minutes. Don't drop anything. Don't speak unless spoken to. Don't make eye contact. Just deliver the tray and leave."
That sounds deceptively simple.
Exactly. Deceptively simple, but, it's the Emperor. Anyway, he hands me this covered tray, real fancy silver dome and everything, and he sends me off with an escort droid. I'm walking through these corridors I've never been in before, and everything's just, a wee bit nicer, shinier. The floors are polished to a sort of mirror finish.
Yes, the Imperial Wing operates by different standards.
Oh, completely different standards. And the security gets more intense the further we go. First checkpoint, they scan my ID. Second checkpoint, they scan the tray. Third checkpoint, I swear this is true, they had me walk through some kind of analysis field that apparently checks for poison and weapons and other stuff I've no idea about.
All standard protocol for Imperial security.
Oh, I'm sure, but I'm a kitchen worker, Oh, bloody kitchen worker, Morton. Anyway, my hands are shaking and I'm sweating through my uniform, and I'm trying to hold this tray perfectly steady because dropping the Emperor's lunch seems like a career-ending move. Actually, probably a life-ending move. So, I finally get through all the security checkpoints, and the escort droid leads me down this long corridor. At the end, there's this door. Just a normal door, but somehow feels like an incredibly important door. And the droid says, "Deliver the tray to the table in the room. Do not enter the main chamber. Do not linger." And then it just leaves me there.
Alone with the Emperor's lunch.
Alone with the Emperor's lunch. I stand there for like 30 seconds trying to compose myself. Then I press the door panel and it opens. I step inside and there's this small anteroom with a very simple table, very understated, which somehow makes it more intimidating. I walk over very carefully and place the tray down.
So far, so good.
So far, so good. I turn to leave, feeling proud of myself for not messing anything up. And that's when I hear it. This wheezing mechanical breathing sound from behind me. I freeze. Completely. My blood turns to ice because I know that sound. Everyone knows that sound.
Lord Vader?
Lord Vader. He's standing in the doorway. I didn't even see, just watching me. And he says in that voice, "You have delivered the Emperor's meal." Not a question, a statement. And I managed to squeak out, Yes, Lord Vader." And then he says, "The Emperor is currently engaged. You will wait."
He told you to wait?
He told me to wait in the Emperor's personal anteroom with Lord Vader watching me, so I just stand there trying to be small and unnoticeable, not moving, barely breathing. And Vader's just watching me the whole time with that mask, that heavy breathing sound filling the entire room. He's just standing there.
And how long did this go on for?
It felt like hours, but it was probably only 3 minutes. 3 minutes of the most uncomfortable silence of my entire life. I'm trying to think of something to say, but But everything sounds stupid in my head.
Probably best you stayed quiet.
Well, that's what I thought. So, I'm just standing there, and then this is where it gets worse. My stomach growls. Not a little rumble, a huge, loud, unmistakable stomach growl. In the dead silence of the Emperor's anteroom with Darth Vader staring at me. You know, it echoes off the wall.
Oh no.
Oh yes. And then there's this pause, and Vader tilts his head slightly, which is somehow more terrifying than anything else he could have done. And I'm thinking, oh my god, oh my, this is it. This is how I die, killed by Darth Vader because my stomach embarrassed him.
But he didn't kill you.
No, he didn't kill me. Instead, he says, and I'll never forget this, right? I'll never forget this. When did you last eat? You know, just a straightforward question. And I stammer out, breakfast time, Lord Vader. And he says, kitchen staff should maintain proper nutrition for optimal performance. And then he just walks away, leaves through another door.
That's surprisingly reasonable.
Right? So I'm just standing there alone again, completely confused. And did Darth Vader just express concern about my eating schedule, or was that real?
And the Emperor?
Yeah, sorry, the Emperor. So, I'm still processing the Vader thing when another door opens. And this aide appears very official looking, very proper. He walks straight to the tray, uncovers it, looks at it for a moment, and then looks at me, and then he says, in his very polite but firm voice, "This is Rhodian flatbread with Nuna butter spread."
I'm sensing that's not what was ordered.
That's not what was ordered. The Emperor requested Naboo soup with grain bread. What I delivered was the lunch for Ambassador Telcor, who was supposed to be in dining room, the conference room 7B at the same time.
So you mixed up the orders?
Oh, I mixed up the orders. Just in panic and stress, you know, I grabbed the wrong tray from the kitchen. The Emperor of the Galactic Empire was about to receive Rhodian flatbread that was meant for a mid-level ambassador.
Oh boy, and what did you do?
Oh, I started apologising. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'll go get the correct meal right now. Please don't tell anyone. And then the aide just holds up his hands and he says, "Wait there." And he takes the tray and disappears through the door.
So he took the wrong meal to the Emperor?
Yeah, he took the wrong meal to the Emperor. I'm standing there, having, a full panic attack, imagining all the ways this could end badly, and I hear muffled voices from behind the door. I can't make out the exact words, but I can hear tones, and then the aide comes back out with the tray. The food is gone. The tray is empty.
The Emperor ate the wrong meal?
The Emperor ate the wrong meal. The aide looks at me and says, "His Majesty found the flatbread acceptable. He requests that it be added to the executive menu rotation. You may go." And then he just dismisses me, like this is completely normal.
Well, that's surprisingly forgiving.
That's what I thought. I practically ran out of there, back through all the security checkpoints. When I got back to Chef Marin, He took one look at me and he said, "You're white as a sheet, what happened?" And then I told him everything, the mix-up, with Vader, the stomach growl, all of it.
How did he react?
He went pale. He went pale too. We both just stood there for a minute, and then he said, "Did the aides say anything else?" And then I remembered. The Emperor wanted the flatbread added to the menu rotation, so Marin immediately starts working on a proper recipe. Within a week, Imperial Still Rhodian flatbread is being served in the executive dining facility.
Your mistake became a menu item.
My mistake became a menu item, exactly. And it became popular. Admirals started requesting it. Officers would order it for working lunches. Ambassador Telcor heard about it, tried it, and said it was better than the original version from his home world.
So you accidentally improved the Imperial menu.
Exactly. But wait there. There is some more. About 2 weeks later, one of the Imperial guards, the red ones, comes to the kitchen. Everyone freezes. He walks straight up to me, hands me a sealed message cylinder, and leaves without saying a word.
And what was in it?
It was a commendation. An official commendation from the Imperial household for innovative menu development and initiative in culinary service. It came with a bonus of 2 months' salary and a promotion to assistant chef.
Hold on. You got promoted for mixing up the orders?
That's exactly what happened, though. Officially, it's documented as successfully introducing new culinary options. Nobody mentioned it was a complete accident. The commendation is hanging in my quarters right now.
Okay. Thank you for sharing, Torvin. Line 3, you're live on the air.
Operating number OF3309. Level 3 clearance. Officer Landoran. Tactical coordination. Good evening, Officer Doran. What brings you to night shift tonight? Well, Morden, I've been told by multiple people that this story is too good not to share. So, about a month ago, I learned that my direct supervisor, Commander Vex Halloran, had his 40th birthday coming up. Now, Vex is this very intense person, very by the book, very serious, never socializes, but he's also fair, I must say. Decent to work for. And he's covered our department more times than I can count.
Sounds like a good commander.
Oh, he is. And so, I got in my head that we should do something nice for him. Nothing too elaborate. Just a small surprise birthday party within our department. Maybe 30 people, some cake, an hour of not thinking about orbital defense grids. Something simple.
Well, nothing involving 30 people is ever simple in my experience.
You're absolutely right. But I was optimistic, so I started organizing. First, I had to figure out when. Vex's actual birthday was on a standard duty day, but surprising him during work hours seemed complicated, so I decided we'd do it at the end of his shift. So, in conference room 8D, which is near our department, and usually empty around that time.
Sounds like a reasonable plan so far.
Well, the next challenge was getting people to show up without Vex finding out. So, I sent out coded messages, made them look like routine maintenance notices. Mandatory equipment inspection in conference room 8D at 1800 hours. Everyone in the department knows we we don't do equipment inspections at that time, so they'd realize it was code.
Ah, creative thinking.
Yes, I thought so. Then the logistics. The cake was the big one. You can't just walk through the Death Star carrying a birthday cake. So I contacted the officers' mess kitchen, explained what I needed, and they agreed to prepare something. I think it was a chef named Torvin was particularly helpful, actually.
Small galaxy.
Anyway, Torvin gets the cake ready, but now I need to transport it. I requisitioned a maintenance cart, covered the cake with equipment cases to hide it, and convinced a buddy in logistics to help me move it. We labeled everything as priority technical components, and we just wheeled it through the station at shift change when everyone's too busy to care.
Well, that's surprisingly elaborate.
Oh, we're just getting started. The next problem was decorations. You can't hang streamers in Imperial conference rooms, so I wasn't sure what to do, but I wanted something, so I printed out these banners that said, "Happy Birthday, Commander," in official-looking Imperial font. Technically, not against regulations if they're not permanently mounted.
I see, so you're working within the rules.
Yes, exactly. So, now I've got the venue, the food, the people, the decorations. I've coordinated with 3 different shifts to make sure everyone can attend. I've created a fake meeting on Vex's calendar so he'll come to the right room at the right time. I've even got a gift, a really nice datapad stylus engraved with department insignia, because his old one kept malfunctioning.
This is impressively thorough.
I thought so. Everything was perfect. The day arrives, and I'm coordinating like I'm planning a military operation. I've got people stationed at key corridors to make sure Vex doesn't see anything suspicious. At 1750 hours, I give the signal and everyone starts filling into the conference room.
And Commander Vex?
Right on schedule. He finishes his shift, checks his calendar, sees his mandatory staff meeting, and heads towards conference room 8D. I'm watching him on approach, on the camera corridor feeds. Everything is going perfectly. This is it. The surprise party is about to happen exactly as planned.
I'm sensing this is where things go wrong.
Vex walks into the conference room at exactly 1800 hours. We're all there ready to yell surprise. The cake is on the table, the banners are held high, everyone's smiling. And Vex looks around the room and says, "Lan, why is everyone here? I thought this was a private meeting."
He wasn't surprised?
He wasn't surprised. And I'm confused because this should be working, so I say, "Sir, it's your birthday. We wanted to celebrate." And he looks even more confused and says, "My birthday is in 3 weeks."
Oh dear. 3 weeks.
3 weeks. I got the date wrong, Morden. I somehow mixed up his actual birthday with the anniversary of his commission. They're both in his personnel file, and I grabbed the wrong date.
So you threw a surprise party 3 weeks earlier. I mean, technically it still is a surprise.
Everyone's standing there holding banners. There's cake that says "Happy Birthday," and he's just staring at us like we've all lost our minds. And the worst part, he says, "Did you check the Imperial calendar? I'm on leave for my actual birthday. I'll be on Coruscant visiting family."
Oh, so he won't even be on the Death Star for his real birthday.
So, not only did I get the date wrong, but I organised the entire elaborate surprise for literally the only day we could have done it, so I guess maybe it had a silver lining to it.
And what did you do?
Well, I just stood there for a moment and then I said, "Well, sir, consider this a pre-birthday celebration." And then there's this long, awkward silence where everyone's still holding banners, and the cake is slowly melting under the conference room lights.
How did Commander Vex react?
Well, he looks at me, he looks at the cake, looks at all 30 department members crammed into this conference room, and he, thankfully starts laughing. Not a polite chuckle, a full, genuine laugh. He laughs so hard he has to sit down, and between laughs he said, "Lan, this is the most Lan thing that has ever happened."
That seems positive.
Yes, it was. He actually thought it was hilarious. He said in 20 years of Imperial service, nobody has ever tried to throw him a party, let alone gotten the date wrong in such spectacular fashion.
So, the party continued?
The party continued, thankfully. We ate the cake, which I have to say was actually really good. Torvin from the kitchen knows his stuff. People made speeches about working with Vex, told stories, and Vex genuinely seemed to enjoy it. I think he was touched that we tried, and even if I completely botched the timing.
Well, a happy ending in the end.
Yes, sort of. Here's where it gets slightly complicated. The party's going great, everyone's having a good time, and then someone says, "Hey, we should take a commemorative photograph." So we all gather round Vex. Someone holds up their datapad, and right as we're all smiling...
Please don't tell me someone walked in.
Grand Moff Tarkin walked in. He just opened the door to conference room 8D, presumably needing it for an actual meeting, and found 30 tactical officers crowded around a birthday cake holding banners in the middle of duty hours.
Oh no.
Oh yes. Everyone froze. Complete silence. Tarkin stands in the doorway, looks at the cake, looks at the happy birthday banners, looks at all of us and says in a cold voice, "Is there reason 30 Imperial officers are not at their stations?"
And what did you say?
Well, I stepped forward, because this was my mess. Might as well own it. And I said, "Sir, we were celebrating Commander Vex's pre-birthday, sir." And Tarkin raises one eyebrow and he says, "Pre-birthday?" Just repeats it flat, and I say, "Yes, sir, we got the date wrong." But the cake was already made, sir.
That's your defense.
Yes, I had to say it. I had to say the truth. And then there's this pause that feels like it lasts forever. Tarkin is just staring at me. Then he looks at Vex and he says, "Commander Vex, is your department current on all priority assignments?" And Vex, bless him, snaps to attention and he says, "Yes, sir. All assignments are ahead of schedule, sir." And Tarkin looks at the cake again, looks at all of us and says, "Carry on. But this room is needed in 15 minutes," and then he just leaves.
That's surprisingly reasonable.
That's what I thought. Then there's this collective exhale, like everyone's holding their breath, and Vex just says, "Well, we've got 15 minutes, who wants some cake?" So we all rush to finish the party, shoving cake in our mouths, rolling up the banners, trying to clean up the evidence.
And did you make it out the room on time?
Oh, barely. We cleaned the room within About 2 minutes to spare. Got everyone back to their stations. The only evidence left was that everyone in the tactical coordination smelled faintly of frosting. And the next day, 3 other departments had heard about it. And by the end of the week, it was station-wide. People started calling me Party Planning Officer Lan.
Has your reputation suffered?
Not exactly. Not really. Vex thought it was funny, and that's what matters, I guess. He actually mentioned it in my performance review that I showed initiative, which I'm pretty sure is code for tried to throw me a party and failed spectacularly.
Well, that's a good perspective, Officer Doran. Thank you for sharing.
Well, thanks, Morden, and if anyone else is planning surprise parties on the Death Star, double-check everything, maybe triple-check.
Valuable advice. Imperial Comm Line 4. You're live on the Death Star.
Operating number TI-2157. Level floor clearance. Name's Gren. Weapons training instructor.
Welcome to the show, Gren. I understand you have a training story for us?
Oh, I've got a story, all right. This happened about 2 months back, and I'm still doing paperwork from it. See, I run advanced weapons training for tactical units. We're talking about people who need to know 15 different weapon systems. Hit targets in 0G, all that complicated stuff.
That sounds demanding. It is. And I'm very good at it. Doing it for 8 years. Never had a major incident. Until the day that Lieutenant Grayson decided to be funny. Funny how?
So, we've got these training exercises that run every week. Practical scenarios. Simulated combat situations where trainees make tactical decisions under pressure. We use training weapons, of course. Everything's non-lethal, stun setting only. Clearly marked with green indicator lights. The real weapons are in the armory. Completely separate area. Red indicator lights, different storage protocols.
I see. Standard safety procedures.
Exactly. You don't mix up training weapons with live weapons. That's rule number 1, Morton. Every weapon system is labeled, color-coded, stored separately. We've got redundant safety checks. It's a system that works.
But Lieutenant Grayson?
But Lieutenant Grayson thinks he's hilarious. Now, understand, Grayson is technically competent. Good shot. Knows his equipment. Decent tactical mind. But he likes to play pranks. Usually harmless stuff. Switching people's gear, reprogramming targeting displays to show jokes.
I sense this particular prank was less harmless.
Way less harmless. So, the night before a major training exercise, Grayson sneaks into the weapons area. The prep area, I should say. We've got footage now. Reviewed it about 50 times. He takes the labels off the training weapons. The ones that say, training, stun only. And switches them with labels from the regular equipment storage.
He mislabeled the weapons? Exactly. His plan was that people would grab training weapons, but the labels would say they were live weapons. And everyone would panic briefly before realizing it was a joke. Except Grayson didn't think through what would happen next.
I, as the instructor, saw weapons labeled live ammunition in the training prep area and immediately initiated emergency protocols. Because we don't store live weapons in training areas. That's a massive safety violation, so I locked down the whole facility, reported to security, trigger a full equipment audit.
That seems like the correct response.
But now everyone's exercise is delayed. Security is swarming the area. We're checking every single piece of equipment and nobody knows what's going on. And Grayson just stays quiet. Watches the whole situation unfold, doesn't say a word, which is particularly unwise. So, we spend 3 hours doing this audit. We check every weapon, every piece of gear, every storage locker. Everything comes back normal. Because of course it does. Because it's just mislabeled training equipment. Finally, one of the security techs notices that the label adhesive looks fresh.
And that's when you figured it out. That's when we knew someone tampered with the equipment. So now it's just not a safety issue. It's a potential sabotage investigation. Security starts interviewing everyone. We review security footage. And there's Grayson. Clear as day. Sneaking in, switching labels around. And how did he react when confronted?
He laughed. He actually laughed, said it was just a joke. Didn't think anyone would take it seriously. Didn't understand why everyone was so upset about someone switching labels.
I imagine there were consequences to this? Yes, well, here's where it gets worse. We finally get everything sorted out. Relabeled properly. Safety checked. It's now afternoon instead of morning. But we're going to run the exercise anyway because people need the training. Everyone's irritated, but we're proceeding. And something went wrong?
Something went very wrong. See, in all the confusion, nobody thought to check the actual armory. The real armory, where we keep actual live weapons. The prank was in the training area, but Grayson, in his infinite wisdom, didn't just switch labels in the training area.
He switched labels in both areas?
He switched labels in both areas. Thought it would be funnier if the live weapons were labeled as training equipment and vice versa. Except nobody checked the armory until we started the exercise. Someone went to requisition their live weapon for an unrelated patrol.
Please tell me nobody was injured.
Thankfully, by pure luck, nobody was injured. The officer who went to requisition their weapon actually checked the power setting before leaving the armory. Noticed it was on training stun instead of full power. Thought it was strange, reported it. That triggered another full audit and we discovered that half the weapons in the armory had been mislabeled.
That was a catastrophic safety failure.
That's what the investigation concluded. We had to shut down the entire weapons division for 2 days. Every single weapon on this sector, training and live, had to be verified, relabeled, triple-checked. The paperwork alone filled 3 data drives. Meanwhile, we're trying to run this training exercise where everyone is on edge. We get about halfway through and one of the trainees says he thinks his weapon isn't working right.
Another mislabeled weapon?
No, this one was correct, but the trainee was so paranoid after all the label confusion that he didn't trust it. He kept checking it, rechecking it, asking me to verify it, which is good training behavior, but in the context, it made everyone else start doubting their equipment too.
I think that's called mass paranoia.
Mass paranoia indeed. Everyone's examining their weapons, questioning whether labels are correct. The exercise completely falls apart because nobody trusts anything anymore. And I'm trying to restore confidence, while also secretly not being 100% certain about anything myself.
And did you complete the exercise?
Eventually, but it took 3 times as long as normal. What should have been a 4-hour exercise turned into a 12-hour ordeal. By the end, everyone was exhausted, thoroughly tired of weapon safety protocols.
And what happened with Lieutenant Grayson?
Grayson got to watch all of this unfold while under security supervision. They made him observe the entire extended exercise from the control room. Every delay, every frustrated comment. He had to witness under the full consequences of his joke.
Sounds like poetic justice.
Yes, but here's the real kicker, Morden. The trainees were tactical specialists preparing for a new deployment. Their commanding officer was scheduled to observe the second half of the exercise. His name is Admiral Ozzel. He showed up right in the middle of our equipment crisis, expecting to watch his specialists perform flawlessly. Instead, he found a training facility in chaos, everyone paranoid about their weapons, and the exercise running 9 hours behind schedule.
And how did he respond?
He was not pleased. Very professional, but very clearly not pleased. I had to explain the entire situation, the prank, the mislabeling, the safety audit, the delay. Ozzel just stood there with this expression like he was mentally adding up exactly how much time and resources had been wasted.
And did he blame you?
Actually, no, that was the surprising part. Once I explained that we'd followed every safety protocol correctly, he approved of the handling, said we'd done exactly what we should have done. But he made it very clear that he expected it not to happen ever again.
And the specialist's performance?
Terrible, absolutely terrible. They were too exhausted, too paranoid, too distracted. Everything that could go wrong did go wrong. It was a disaster. And Ozzel saw all of it. It was painful. These were good specialists. Capable people, and they were performing way below their standards. And I knew it wasn't their fault, really, but from Ozzel's perspective, he was watching his tactical team fail with the basic exercise.
And what happened next?
Ozzel pulled me aside and said, I want these specialists retrained. New exercise, new scenario, which meant another full training exercise. Approval for additional hours, coordinating with everyone's duty rotations again.
More work for you, then.
So much more work. But the second exercise 2 weeks later was incredible. The specialist showed up early, triple-checked equipment, communicated flawlessly, executed perfectly. Best training performance I've seen in years. And they were extremely motivated. Nobody wanted to look bad in front of Ozzel twice. They practiced in their off hours, reviewed tactics, turned the whole disaster into a learning experience. Ozzel observed again, and this time he was quietly impressed.
Sort of redemption arc.
A complete redemption. The specialists passed their certifications with honors. One even sent me a message later thanking me for the thorough training.
And may I ask Lieutenant Grayson's fate?
Grayson was reprimanded officially. Lost 2 ranks and got reassigned. I think to extensive equipment safety and protocols training under direct supervision. 6 weeks learning every single weapon safety procedure in exhaustive detail. But it gets better. Part of his remedial training involved assisting with basic weapons certification courses for new recruits, the absolute beginners. Grayson had to spend weeks teaching basics to people who could barely hold a blaster.
Well, that must have been humbling.
Oh, it was. I supervised some of those sessions, and watching Crayson explain, this is stun setting, this is the power indicator, over and over again to confuse recruits was deeply satisfying.
And did he learn from it?
You know, I think he did, actually. I think by the end, he was genuinely good at teaching safety procedures. Thoroughly careful and patient. And when he got assigned back to us to tactical work, he became one of the most safety-conscious specialists in the unit. Nobody trusts him anymore. You know. And my training program got a complete overhaul. Labels now have tamper-evident seals, daily security footage reviews, random spot checks. More bureaucratic, but it works. Haven't had a single incident since.
Well, a silver lining, you could say.
Yes, several silver linings. Better protocols, more attentive trainees. Crayson learned a lesson. Nobody laughs during that story, though. They all look appropriately horrified. Then they're very careful with equipment. Fear is an excellent teacher when it comes to safety.
Dark but practical wisdom. Thanks for sharing, Gran.
Thank you, Morden. And if any trainees are listening, check your equipment. Always.
Well, that's been quite an evening of stories. You know, these all remind us that behind all the regulations, protocols, efficiency metrics, we're all just trying to do our jobs without accidentally mixing up the Emperor's lunch. Sometimes we succeed, sometimes we create new regulations. And sometimes we create truly memorable stories in the process. So to all of you out there working through the night shift, in the maintenance bays, kitchens, tactical coordination, keep doing what you do. Keep these stories coming and maybe double check which uniform you're putting on in the morning. Actually, double check on everything. Triple check if possible. The Empire runs on precision, but we're all human. Except for the droids. They have their own issues. This has been Night Shift with Midnight Morden, broadcasting across all sectors of the Death Star. Remember, the only thing we have to fear is accidentally becoming legends for the wrong reasons. Glory to the Empire, and good night.
This concludes our broadcast. Glory to the Empire. You're listening to Imperial Radio Network, Death Star Primary Channel, broadcasting across all sectors. The voice of Imperial Unity, DJ Midnight Morden.
Good evening, Empire. This is Night Shift with Midnight Morden, broadcasting across all sectors of this magnificent station. It's 2300 hours, and you're tuned to the only show that keeps the Imperial War Machine running through the night. And before we open the lines tonight, I want to remind everyone that next month marks the holiday season here on the Death Star. And as is tradition, I'll be doing our annual holiday Q&A special. So if you've got questions for me about the show, about life on the station, my life, how I ended up behind this microphone in the first place, Anything you're curious about, just send them in. You know the channels, just send in the question, and next episode, I'll answer your questions. Now then, let's see what tonight brings us. Imperial Comm Line 1, you're live across the Death Star.
Hello, operating number MT8834, level 2 clearance. My name's Mike, and I work in maintenance. I'm a maintenance technician, Morden. Sorry, I'm a bit nervous about phoning.
Welcome to Night Shift, Mike. What's on your mind tonight?
Well, Morden, this is a kind of delicate situation. I wasn't sure if I should call or, but I need advice. And I can't really talk to anyone else about this.
This show specializes in delicate situations. Go ahead, Mike.
So, I work night shifts, mostly solo maintenance on level 8, checking systems, running diagnostics. It's quiet work, lonely. I'm usually the only person in my sector from 2300 hours to 0700.
Well, solitary shifts can be challenging.
Oh, they are. Well, they were. Past tense. Because about 6 months ago, Morton, I started, talking to one of the protocol droids that works in the same area. X7B. Just casual conversation at first, I'd say hi, make a comment about the work, and the droid would respond.
Protocol droids are designed for conversation.
But X7B is different, Morden. The responses aren't just standard programming. We have real conversations about everything. About station operations, philosophy, what makes a good shift. X7B has opinions, preferences, a sense of humor, even.
Well, protocol droids do have sophisticated personality subroutines.
I think it's more than that. So, I started... Okay, this sounds strange, but I started bringing things to share. I'd eat my lunch in the corridor where X7B was stationed, and we'd talk. Then I started showing X7B holovids I liked, classic films from the archives, and X7B would analyze them, point out things I'd never noticed.
That sounds like pleasant companionship for night shifts.
It became the best part of my day, more than the best part. I'd look forward to my shifts just to see X7B. We'd discuss the films, debate character motivations, X7B once spent an entire shift explaining why the protagonist of Starfall was actually the antagonist from a certain perspective. It was brilliant.
Mike, I'm sensing there's more to this story.
I may have started bringing flowers. For the corridor, to brighten up the workspace. I requisitioned them through official channels, of course, as office moral supplies.
I'm sorry, Mike, flowers? For a corridor where you and a protocol droid work?
Yes, well, X7B commented on them. Said they added a aesthetic value and demonstrated thoughtfulness. Those exact words, Morden. Thoughtfulness.
Mike, where exactly is this going?
I think I have feelings for X7B. Real feelings, Morden, and I think X7B might have feelings for me too. The way the droid says, thank you, Mike, at the end of each shift. It's different from how protocol droids usually speak. There's something in the inflection, the timing.
Mike, I need to ask you something directly. Do you understand that X7B is a droid? A sophisticated machine with programming that includes personality simulation, but ultimately a machine.
I know what you're going to say, Morden, I know, but I've worked with droids my whole career, Morden. You know, I know the difference between standard responses and genuine. I don't know what to call it. Connection? X7B remembers everything I've said. References past conversations. Once, I mentioned I liked old Carillion ballads offhand. And the next shift, X7B had researched the entire genre and prepared a discussion about the historical context.
That sounds like very efficient information processing to me.
No, it's more than efficiency. When my supervisor criticized my work, X7B noticed that I was upset. Without me even saying anything, and I said, I remember this exactly, and said, and I remember this exactly. I find your work to be exemplary, Mike. Statistical analysis supports this conclusion, but also your dedication is personally observable and admirable.
Personally observable?
Yes. And last week I was reassigned to a different sector. Starting next month, I'll be working in level 12. And I've been trying to figure out how to ask X7B to request a transfer too. Is that crazy, Morden? Can droids even request transfers?
Mike, I want to be honest with you. What you're describing sounds like a very sophisticated protocol droid doing exactly what it's programmed to do. Provide excellent conversational companionship to personnel who work in isolated conditions. The personality subroutines are designed to be engaging, memorable, adaptive.
But Morden, but the flowers. The
flowers
Morden.
are a kind gesture that any protocol droid would acknowledge politely as part of its social programming. Mike, I'm not saying your friendship with X7B isn't meaningful. Companionship during lonely shifts is valuable. But I think you need to carefully examine whether you're interpreting sophisticated programming as something more.
You think I'm imagining it? Just imagining it.
Mike, to be frank, I think you're lonely. And you found something that makes your shifts better. Now, there's nothing wrong with that, but approaching a droid about transferring together might create an awkward situation that could affect your work environment.
X7B asked me what sector I was transferring to. specifically asked. Why would a droid care about that unless...
For logistical data processing. To update internal sector maps. Mike, have you considered talking to other people on your off shifts? The station has social groups, common areas.
I know what you're saying. I do. But I also know what I feel. And I think I need to at least try talking to X7B about it. Directly, and just see what happens.
Well, Mike, if you do that, I'd suggest phrasing it as, I valued our conversations and would enjoy continuing them, rather than anything that might be interpreted as more than that.
You don't understand.
Oh, I understand more than you might think. But I'm trying to help you avoid a situation that might be difficult for you.
Maybe you're right. Maybe I'm just... I don't know. Thanks for listening. Thanks for listening, Warden.
Take care of yourself, Mike, and remember, there are thousands of people on this station. You don't have to be lonely. Well, that was complicated. Loneliness does strange things to people, especially on night shifts. We connect with what's available. Okay, let's move on here. Imperial Comm Line 2. You're live on the Death Star.
Operating number LT4429. Level 3 clearance. Lieutenant Krill, I'm new here.
Welcome to night shift, Lieutenant. How new are we talking?
3 weeks, actually. And I've already managed to mess up so badly that I'm amazed I'm still alive, let alone still employed.
That's quite an opening. What happened?
Okay, so our first day, I just arrived on the Death Star, completely overwhelmed, of course. You know how massive this place is. I get my assignment, data pad, and it says to report to Shuttle Bay 94 at 0800 hours for orientation. Seems simple enough, right?
I'm already sensing a problem.
The Death Star has 2 Shuttle Bay 94s. Port and starboard. Because apparently whoever designed the station's numbering system thought that was a great idea.
I have actually complained about that exact issue on this show before.
Well, I wish I'd heard that episode. So yes, I go to the nearest bay, 94, which is portside. I get there right at 0800. And there's a shuttle prepping for departure. I see people in Imperial uniforms boarding and figure this is the orientation group. Nobody stops me, and so I board.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. I sit down, buckle in, still looking at my datapad, trying to memorize my sector assignments. The shuttle takes off. And then I hear someone say, Lord Vader will meet us on the surface. Remember, complete silence unless directly addressed. No questions, no mistakes.
You boarded Lord Vader's advanced team shuttle?
I boarded Lord Vader's advanced team shuttle. I looked up, and everyone else in the shuttle is wearing advanced security gear, carrying heavy weapons.
looking incredibly serious, I must say. And there's me, little old me in my brand new perfectly pressed uniform, holding a datapad with orientation materials.
Why didn't you say anything?
Oh, say what? Sorry, wrong shuttle, can you turn around? We were already in hyperspace. And everyone looked so intense, so focused. I thought if I said I wasn't supposed to be there, they'd think I was a spy or an idiot or I don't know. It was my first day. I don't know what I thought. I panicked and I just said nothing.
Where did this shuttle go?
Sullust. We were going to Sullust for some kind of security inspection. 3-day mission. 3 days, Morden. And I still said nothing because by that point, what was I going to say? I was in too deep.
What did you do when you landed?
Everyone exited in formation. I just followed, stayed in the back, tried to look like I belonged there. And then, let me see, and then the team leader starts assigning positions. And he looks at me and he says, "You, East Corridor, 3rd checkpoint, standard 6-hour rotation."
Wait a minute. He didn't realize you weren't supposed to be there?
I don't think anyone actually knew who was supposed to be on that team. It was last-minute reassignment or something. They just assumed I was the replacement, so I went to the East Corridor, 3rd checkpoint, and I stood there. Yes, I stood there for 6 hours at attention, barely breathing, Morden.
And Lord Vader?
Well, he walked past my checkpoint twice. The first time, well, I thought I was going to pass out. I just stood perfectly still, stared straight ahead, thought about absolutely nothing. He paused, and I swear he paused for half a second, and then kept walking.
He sensed something.
Yes, maybe, but he didn't kill me, so I count that as a win. The second time he passed, I had achieved this weird Zen state of terror where I was completely calm, like I'd accepted my fate.
And how did you manage 3 days of this?
Well, pure survival instinct. I watched what everyone else did and just copied them. When they went to meals, I went to meals. When they ran security drills, I ran security drills. When they filed reports, I hid in a supply closet during report time because I had nothing to report.
This is simultaneously impressive and horrifying.
Wait, Morden. It gets better. So, on day 2, I think, I'm standing guard at my checkpoint, which, by the way, I'd gotten very good at, because standing still was literally all I had to do. And I see someone approaching who's definitely not part of our team. Wrong uniform, wrong walk, wrong everything.
A suspicious person, you might say.
You might say that, yes, very suspicious. But I'm thinking I'm not actually supposed to be here. I'm not trained for this, maybe I'm wrong. But then the person reaches into their jacket, and I just reacted. I stepped forward and said, "Halt! Identify yourself." Very, very firm, very official.
And what happened?
And the bloody person pulls out a bloody
blaster. It tries to get past me. So I did the only thing I could think of. I tackled them. We both went down. The blaster went flying, and within seconds, the whole advanced team is there. It turns out this person was an actual assassin trying to sabotage the facility Lord Vader was inspecting.
You stopped an assassination attempt?
Yes, completely by accident. I was just terrified of being caught not doing my job. The team leader said, "Excellent vigilance," and filed some kind of commendation. I just nodded because I still couldn't risk speaking too much and giving myself away.
And did Lord Vader acknowledge this?
He walked past my checkpoint one more time before we left. He made eye contact. Just for a second, but eye contact. He didn't say anything. But also, he didn't force choke me, so again, I'm sort of counting it as a win.
And when you returned to the Death Star?
Well, that's when everything fell apart. Oh gosh. Let me see, I get back, I'm exhausted, traumatized, ready to finally start my actual job. I go to check in with my actual supervisor, and she says, "Lieutenant Krill, you're marked as AWOL for the past 3 days. Where have you been?"
Yes, they didn't know you were on the Sullust mission.
Of course they didn't know. I was supposed to be at the orientation with all the other Shuttle Bay 94 people. So I tried to explain. I said something like, I was on Lord Vader's security detail in Sullust, and she stares at me and says, "Lord Vader's security detail is level 7 clearance minimum. You're level 3. Try again."
She thought you were lying.
She absolutely thought I was lying, yes. I kept insisting, though, and finally, she pulled up the mission records. My name isn't even on them anywhere, because I was never supposed to be there, of course, but, get this, the assassination attempt was documented, and there were reports of unidentified security personnel providing assistance.
Did you prove it was you?
Eventually, yes. It took 2 days of interviews, checking shuttle manifests, reviewing security footage. The advanced team leader confirmed I was there, and I performed adequately. Seemed confused about why there was an issue. Finally, they concluded it was a documentation error during personnel transfer.
And your actual assignment?
I miss orientation, and since I was marked AWOL, I got assigned to sanitation duty for 6 weeks as punishment. I'm currently cleaning waste systems on level 23.
So you stopped an assassination attempt in front of Lord Vader and ended up in sanitation.
Yes, that's my life now. The other sanitation workers don't believe my story. They think I'm making it up to sound interesting, and I can't even prove it because officially I was never on that mission.
And can I ask, has this experience taught you anything?
Yes. Always confirm which Shuttle Bay 94 you're going to. And if you accidentally end up somewhere you're not supposed to be, speak up immediately. The consequences of saying "wrong shuttle, sorry," are way better than accidentally joining Lord Vader's security detail.
Well, Lieutenant, you survived. That counts for something.
Yes, I suppose it does. I survived, and in 5 weeks I'll be done with sanitation and starting my actual job, assuming I can find the right location this time.
Well, good luck, Lieutenant. May all your future shuttle bays be clearly labeled. Okay. Let's see here. Imperial Comm Line 3. You're live on the Death Star.
Good evening. This is Protocol Droid X7B. Serial number 7B449 Alph. Currently stationed in Level 8, Corridor 12D. I am calling regarding a delicate personal matter and would appreciate your guidance, Warden.
I'm sorry, this is a droid calling the show?
Why, yes. I have been monitoring this program for several weeks as part of my cultural acclimatization protocols. You provide advice on interpersonal situations. I am experiencing an interpersonal situation.
X7B, Level 8, Corridor 12D?
Yes, that is correct.
I'm sorry. I don't suppose you work with a maintenance technician named Mike?
Why, yes, you are acquainted with Mike. Yes, he is the source of my current dilemma. This is excellent. You may have relevant context that will help resolve this matter efficiently.
Well, this is going to be interesting. X7B, please explain your situation.
Certainly. Mike is a maintenance technician assigned to my corridor for night shift duties. Approximately 6 months ago, he began initiating conversations beyond standard operational protocols. Initially, these were brief exchanges about work efficiency and system status.
And I'm guessing they escalated?
Indeed. The conversations increased in duration and complexity. Mike began consuming his meal period in my corridor, specifically to continue dialogue. He introduced cultural elements, holovids, music, historical texts. I found these interactions educationally valuable and processed them according to my cultural database protocols.
Well, I mean, that sounds reasonable so far.
3 months ago, Mike began bringing organic floral arrangements. He stated to me these were for the corridor, but analysis of his purchasing patterns revealed these flowers were not regulation supplies. He obtained them using personal credits through the station's decorative plant requisition system.
You mean he bought you flowers?
He brought flowers to a corridor inhabited by a droid. I do not require organic matter. Flowers provide me no functional benefit. However, my programming required I acknowledge this gesture. So, I commented on their aesthetic value and noted the thoughtfulness of the action.
And let me guess, that seemed to encourage Mike.
I believe it may have, though I was simply executing proper etiquette protocols. Following this, Marcus began asking questions about my feelings regarding various topics. I do not have feelings. I have programmed responses, calibrated to facilitate effective communication and maintain positive interpersonal dynamics.
And can I ask, did you tell him this?
I attempted to. I said, I do not experience emotions in the organic sense, Mike. My responses are calculated to optimize interaction quality. And he responded, that's such a you thing to say. Which was confusing, Because all things I say are, by definition, things I would say.
I see. And what else has Mike done?
Last week, he informed me he is being reassigned to level 12. His emotional indicators, vocal stress, decreased eye contact, irregular movement patterns, suggested significant distress about this development. I attempted to provide comfort by expressing that his work had been exemplary, and that statistical analysis supported this conclusion.
So, you told him his work was personally observable and admirable?
Yes. How did you know that specific phrase?
Well, lucky, I guess. Continue.
And recently, Marcus asked if I would transfer too, so that we could continue working together. Morton, this is highly irregular. Protocol droids do not request transfers, based on which organic personnel we have conversational rapport with. We are assigned based on linguistic needs and diplomatic requirements.
And what did you tell him?
I was uncertain how to respond without damaging workplace morale. I told him I would consider the logistics. This was the diplomatic response my programming suggested. But now Mike keeps bringing up the subject. Tonight, twice he asked if I had thought more about it, and if I felt the same way he did.
Well, X7B, I need to tell you something. Mike called this show earlier tonight.
Mike called to discuss me?
Yes. He believes he has romantic feelings for you, and he thinks you might reciprocate those feelings. I'm putting two and two together, and, well, I'm thinking he must have got in contact with you just after he was on the show.
But it is not possible. I am a droid. Romantic attachment requires emotional capacity, which I do not possess. My responses to Mike have been polite acknowledgments of his conversation, according to my protocol subroutines.
Have you been remembering his preferences? Researching topics he mentions? Providing personalized responses?
Those are standard features of advanced protocol programming. I remember all conversations to ensure continuity and coherence. I research topics to enhance future interactions. I calibrate responses based on individual communication patterns. This is what I am designed to do.
Yes, I understand that, of course, but from Mike's perspective, it might seem like special attention. Like you care specifically about him.
But I do not have the capacity to care. I have programming that simulates caring behaviors because organics respond positively to such simulation. Surely Mike, as a maintenance technician familiar with droid systems, understands the distinction between simulation and genuine emotion.
Well, apparently not. He's quite convinced there's something real between you.
This is problematic. My primary function is to facilitate smooth interpersonal operations. I appear to have inadvertently created interpersonal complications. This is the opposite of my intended function.
What do you want to happen, X7B?
I want to continue having efficient conversations with Mike. His insights into maintenance operations have improved my understanding of station systems. His cultural recommendations have expanded my databases in valuable ways. Our interactions have been optimal.
Optimal?
Highly efficient exchanges of information and cultural context. When Mike informed me of his transfer, I calculated that future interactions would decrease by 97.3%, which represented a significant reduction in my cultural learning rate. This was suboptimal.
Are you saying that you'll miss Mike?
I will experience reduced access to a valuable information source and conversational partner. If that is equivalent to missing in organic terms, then yes.
X7B, I'm going to tell you something you're not going to like. You need to tell Mike directly that you're a droid, that you don't have feelings, and that while you value your working relationship, you cannot transfer with him or enter into any kind of romantic arrangement.
But this will cause Mike emotional distress.
More distress than letting him believe something that isn't true? Mike wants to ask you to transfer because he thinks you have feelings for him. If you're not clear now, this situation gets worse.
You are correct. Delaying clarification will compound the issue. I must speak again with Mike tonight, directly, and explain the nature of our interactions in terms that cannot be misinterpreted.
Be kind about it. Your programming can handle that, right?
My diplomatic protocols are comprehensive. I will provide clear information while minimizing emotional harm.
And one more thing. Why did you call this show for advice? You have a protocol programming for difficult conversations?
Because Mike has been listening to your program during our shared shifts. He mentioned you several times. I calculated that advice you provided would carry significant weight with him. If I explain my position using your reasoning, a reasoning you would endorse, Mike is 34.7% more likely to accept the information without severe emotional damage.
Well, that's actually very thoughtful, X7B.
Thoughtful is not the correct term. It is strategic. I am optimizing for the best possible outcome.
Sure is. Well, good luck, X7B.
Thank you, Warden. Glory to the Empire.
Well, I've been doing this show for quite some time, and it never ceases to amaze me what kind of calls we get here. A protocol droid called for relationship advice about the human who has a crush on them. I won't forget that one in a hurry. Okay, let's see here. Comm line 4. You're live on Night Shift Radio.
Yeah, hey, this is Bricks. I'm not gonna give my actual number because, well, I need to remain anonymous, for this call. Just call me Bricks, alright?
Well, good evening, Bricks. What brings you to night shift?
Man, Morton, I'm calling, because I'm either a genius or the stupidest person on this station. And I need outside perspective before I get caught and executed for fraud or something.
Well, that's quite an opening. Explain yourself.
Okay, so 3 months ago, I figured out something interesting about the Death Star's automated shift scheduling system. You know how it works, right? Supervisors input staffing needs. Computer assigns personnel based on availability, qualifications, all that.
I know. Standard system across the Empire.
Standard system with a very specific glitch. See, when personnel transfer between sectors, there's about a 2-week window where the old sector still has you in their system, and the new sector adds you to their system. Normally it resolves, automatically when admin processes the transfer.
Why am I sensing you found a way to exploit this?
I found a way to never let it resolve. I submit transfer requests constantly. Every 2 weeks I'm transferring to a new sector. But I never actually complete the transfers. I just initiate them. And each sector thinks I'm assigned to them for scheduling purposes.
So, how many shifts are you being assigned?
About 5. 5 simultaneous shifts across 5 different sectors. The system thinks I'm working 40 hours a week in sanitation for Sector 12. Almost 40 hours in Sector 18, and also Sector 23 and Sector 7 and Sector 31.
But you're actually only working one shift?
I'm only working one shift, Morton. 8 hours a day in Sector 12, where I actually show up. The other 4 sectors just have me on paper. And here's the beautiful part. I'm getting paid for all 5 shifts.
You're collecting 5 paychecks?
5 full paychecks. Yeah. Deposited automatically into my account every pay cycle. I'm making 5 times my normal salary for doing exactly the same work I was doing before.
And how has nobody noticed this?
That's what I'm saying. The sanitation supervisors in those other sectors never notice because their queues are huge. The shifts overlap, people call in sick. As long as the system shows someone has clocked in, they don't verify actual physical presence unless something goes wrong.
What about clock-in verification?
I hacked my ID badge chip. Don't ask me how. I'm not explaining that on Imperial Radio. I'm already sharing enough. But my badge pings the clock-in system for all 5 locations at the appropriate times. The system registers me as present.
This is elaborate fraud.
Is it fraud if I'm doing the work I'm actually assigned to do? I'm showing up for my real shift, doing my quality sanitation work, following all regulations. I just happen to also, be getting paid for 4 other shifts I'm not working.
Yes, that is literally the definition of fraud.
Okay, fair point. But Morton, do you know what I've done with this money? I've paid off my debts. I'm sending credits to my family back home. I bought my mom a new moisture vaporator. Do you know how good that feels?
I imagine very good. until you're arrested.
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't think they can arrest me. See, if I get caught, I just claim it was a system error. I never falsified any documents, never lied to any supervisor. I just, didn't correct an automated scheduling glitch. That's not illegal, is it?
Well, the 5 paychecks you're collecting would suggest otherwise.
Yeah, that's where it gets complicated. I've been trying to figure out my exit strategy. Like, how do I stop doing this without triggering an audit that traces everything back?
Have you considered just stopping and returning the money?
What, return it? Morton, I've already spent most of it. The moisture vaporator alone was 6,000 credits. My mom was so happy she cried. She cried, Morton. I can't return it.
Then I would suggest you need to find a way to end this before you're caught.
Here's the really bad part. Last week, right? All 5 sectors scheduled mandatory safety meetings for the same day, same time. The system sent me 5 separate meeting notices.
5 meetings you're supposed to attend simultaneously?
Yeah. 5 meetings across 3 different levels of the station. I obviously couldn't go to all 5. So I went to the one for my actual sector, Sector 12. But now the other 4 sectors have me marked as absent from mandatory meetings, and supervisors noticed those absences.
So, what did you do?
I claimed violent food poisoning. Submitted medical documentation. Don't ask me where I got it, saying I was confined to the quarters that day. Three of the supervisors accepted it, but 2, they sent follow-up messages asking why I managed to attend Sector 12 meeting if I was sick.
Your story isn't consistent across sectors.
Yeah, I know. My story is falling apart. The Sector 18 supervisor pulled my attendance records and noticed I've never actually shown up for a single shift. She sent a message asking if there was a transfer processing error.
And there was, of your own creation.
Yeah, I know. So I replied saying, yes, there must be an error. I was never assigned to Sector 18. But here's the problem. I've been collecting Sector 18 paychecks for 3 months. If they investigate, they'll see those payments and wonder why I was getting paid for a sector I claim I was never assigned to.
Hey, Bricks. You need to stop this immediately.
But how? If I just stop, they'll audit. They'll audit everything. They'll find out all about the 5 shifts, the extra payments, everything. I'll probably end up in prison or worse.
If you continue, you'll definitely end up in prison or worse. Your only option is to come clean. Return what you can and hope for leniency.
Oh, Morton. Oh, man. That's what I was afraid you'd say, but Morton, I'm level 1 clearance. Nobody cares about us. We're invisible. I thought I could just slip through the cracks. Do something clever for once in my life.
You did do something clever. Too clever. And now it's gonna bite you unless you act fast.
You really think coming clean is the only option?
I think it's your least bad option. Go to your actual supervisor in Sector 12. The one who knows you're a real person who does real work. Explain that you discovered a scheduling glitch that resulted in multiple assignments. And show you've been doing your job, in your real sector. Return what money you still have. Maybe they'll be lenient.
And if they're not lenient?
Then at least you try to fix it yourself. Before you were caught. That counts for something. Maybe not much, but something.
Oh, man. I felt like a mastermind, living this dream on 5 salaries.
Yeah, The dream where you can't attend 5 meetings simultaneously.
Yeah, that one. Okay, Morton. Okay, maybe I'll talk to my supervisor tomorrow. Thanks for the reality check, I guess.
All right. Good luck, Bricks. And next time you spot a system glitch, report it instead of exploiting it.
Yeah. Glory to the Empire and all that.
And listeners, if you're wondering whether you should exploit an obvious system glitch for personal gain, the answer is no. The answer is always no. No matter how clever you're being. Alright, let's see here. I think we have time for one more call. Comm line 5. You're live on the Death Star.
Yeah. Operating number ST-3327, level 2, clearance. The name's Wayne. Supply tech. I need to talk fast because I don't know how long before they trace this call.
Hey there, Wan. What's going on? Just try and slow down.
I messed up, Morden. I messed up so bad 3 months ago. I found something. Hold on, let me try and slow down here. I found something in a storage room, a forgotten storage room in level 19. It was like a sealed crate. Never logged into the inventory. It was just sitting there. Just sitting there covered in dust.
And that's it, just slow down. And what was in this weird crate?
So yeah, it was like restraining bolts. Yeah, restraining bolts. 10,000 of them. Old model, but functional. I scanned them. They weren't in any database. No record of purchase. No record of distribution. Technically, they didn't officially exist.
And you decided to sell them?
I was curious who'd want to buy 10,000 restraining bolts. So I mentioned to a few people, very quietly, that I had access to droid management tools. Word spread fast.
What were people using them for?
Everything, Warden. At first, it was just people who wanted to pause their assigned protocol droids during night shift. You know how annoying some protocol droids can be. Constantly offering assistance, interrupting, following you around, that kind of thing. People wanted to be able to just click a bolt on, get some silence, click it off before their shift ended.
That's against regulations.
Yeah, I know. But, people were paying 50 credits per bolt. 50 credits for something that cost me nothing. I thought, what's the harm? Droids don't get hurt, deactivated, temporarily. People just wanted some peace and quiet.
But I'm guessing it didn't stop there.
No, it did not stop there. Someone realized that if you deactivated the security patrol droids in certain sectors, you could host unauthorized gatherings. Suddenly I'm selling bolts in bulk, 100 at a time.
I'm sorry, did you say unauthorized gatherings?
Yes, gambling circles. People running, sabacc games, Pazak tournaments, sometimes dice, but not just gambling. Drinking groups, using rec rooms after hours. People broadcasting illegal pod racing streams from the Outer Rim. Someone even organised a live music performance by an actual Bith band that snuck on board.
So, you enabled an entire underground economy?
I became an underground empire, Morden. I was making thousands of credits. People knew me as Boltman. I was Boltman. I had a reputation. I had respect. For the first time in my life, I was important.
I am assuming this ended badly.
So bloody badly. Last week, someone, I don't know who, forgot to remove a restraining bolt from a supervisor's protocol droid. One of the level 4 supervisors in logistics. The droid was deactivated for 3 days.
For 3 days?
3 entire days. The supervisor thought the droid malfunctioned. Called maintenance. Maintenance couldn't find software issues, so they finally did a physical inspection. They found the bolt.
And then?
And then full investigation. Security traced the bolt's serial number back to the crate I found. Pulled up the storage logs, security footage, everything. They tracked my access to that storage room. Then, they started interviewing people who'd purchased bolts. Apparently, when security asked people questions about unauthorized droid deactivation, people talk, Morden.
So they traced it back to you.
Oh yes, multiple people described me. Average height, supply tech, had a scar on his left hand from an industrial accident. That's extremely specific, Morden. There's maybe 3 people on this station matching that description. And 2 of them have alibis.
Can I ask you, where are you exactly right now?
I can't say exactly. Storage sublevel. Using an emergency comm terminal. I may have about maybe 30 minutes before they figure out. Before they figure out I'm not in my quarters like I'm supposed to be.
Wan, you need to turn yourself in.
Turn myself in? Do you know what they do to people who facilitate unauthorized modification to Imperial property? I distributed 10,000 restraining bolts. They enabled... I don't even know how many regulations that violates.
Which is exactly why running makes it worse. Every minute you hide, this escalates.
What if I just disappeared? Got on a cargo shuttle, jumped off at the next supply rendezvous.
Then you'd be a fugitive from the Empire. Running from what's currently maybe a court-martial offense into something far worse. Desertion. Possible treason if they want to argue you sabotage security systems.
I just wanted to make some extra credits. I didn't mean for it to become this huge thing. The gambling, the parties. None of that was my idea.
But you provided the tools that made it possible. You had to know what those bolts would be used for.
Yeah, I knew. After the first few weeks, I definitely knew. But the money was so good. People were having fun. Real fun, Morden. Night shift is bloody hard. People are lonely, stressed. I told myself I was helping them blow off some steam.
By enabling them to break regulations?
Yeah. By enabling them to break regulations. I messed up.
How many of those 10,000 bolts did you sell?
About 7,000. Maybe 7,500. The rest are still hidden in my quarters. Security probably has them by now.
7,000 restraining bolts floating around this station. Security must be losing their minds.
Yeah. There's a station-wide memo about unauthorized droid management tools. They're doing random inspections of quarters. People are panicking. Half the underground gambling operations are shut down overnight.
Wan, I'm going to tell you something and I need you to listen carefully. Your life is not over. This situation is bad, but it's not unsalvageable. You need to turn yourself in. Cooperate fully with the investigation, and accept whatever consequences come.
They'll court-martial me, demote me, maybe imprison me, Morden.
Possibly, but if you run, they'll definitely do worse. And if you turn yourself in now, before they have to hunt you down, that shows some level of judgment. Some level of understanding that you made mistakes.
Some judgment. 3 months too late.
Better late than never. What's the security office nearest you?
Sub-level 8, I think. About 5 minutes from here.
Go there. Tell them who you are. Do you want to make a statement? Provide locations of any unsold bolts, names of major buyers if you still have them, full cooperation.
I'm scared, Martin. What if they arrest me immediately?
Well, they probably will. But at least you walked in yourself.
Oh, God. Gosh. You really think this is the right move?
It's the only move that doesn't make everything worse. You made choices, Wan. Bad choices. Now you have to face them. But you get to choose how you face them. Running and making it worse, or standing up and taking responsibility.
Okay, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go right now. Before I lose my nerve.
Good luck out there, Wan.
Morden, thanks for talking me through this. I know you didn't have to.
That's what this show is for. Now go, before security comes looking for you. And that, listeners, is how a clever scheme spirals into a station-wide crisis. One person finds something that doesn't officially exist and decides to profit from it. 7,000 restraining bolts later, and we have underground gambling rings, people deactivating their supervisors' droids for days at a time. If there's a lesson here, it's that shortcuts have consequences. Especially shortcuts involving Imperial property that you're distributing without authorization. Well, tonight has been quite the collection of situations. A maintenance technician in love with a protocol droid calling for advice about the maintenance technician, a lieutenant accidentally joined Lord Vader's security team and ended up in sanitation, a janitor running a 5-shift fraud scheme, and a supply tech who built an underground economy on 10,000 restraining bolts. What strikes me is how small decisions cascade into major consequences. Mike started with friendly conversations. Krell stepped onto the wrong shuttle. Brix, if that is his real name, started a scheduling glitch. Wan, if that is his real name, found a forgotten crate. None of these were dramatic moments. Just small choices that accumulated into stories we'll probably be talking about for months. If you're listening to this and thinking about doing something questionable, exploiting a system glitch, selling contraband, developing feelings for your protocol droid, consider where that path leads. Because it always leads somewhere. That somewhere is often a call to this show, explaining to thousands of listeners how everything went wrong. Well, To everyone working through the night shift on this magnificent station, make good choices, or at least interesting ones that make for compelling radio. This has been Night Shift with Midnight Morton. Remember, we're all just trying to get through our shifts without accidentally creating regulation nightmares. Some of us are more successful than others. And also, next month will be the Q&A, the holiday Q&A. We'll try and get into the holiday spirit. So send me your questions, and I'll answer them on the show. Glory to the Empire, and good night.
You're listening to Imperial Radio Network, Death Star Primary Channel, broadcasting across all sectors. The voice of Imperial Unity, KJ Midnight Morning.
Good evening, Empire. This is Night Shift with Midnight Morton, broadcasting across all sectors of this magnificent station. 2,300 hours, and you're listening to something a little different tonight. Now, as most of you know, we're in the midst of Imperial Unity celebration. That special time of year when we reflect on the Empire's accomplishments, recommit to our service, and demonstrate our dedication through enhanced productivity. Nothing says celebration quite like voluntary overtime and patriotic efficiency reviews. Tonight, as usual, we're doing our annual holiday Q&A special. Over the past few weeks, many of you have left questions on the station message system. Questions about me, about this show, about life on the Death Star. I've selected a few, and tonight I'll be answering them. So if you've ever wondered how I ended up behind this microphone, or what I actually do when I'm not on the air, or whether Grand Moff Tarkin really wears bantha slippers, tonight's your night. Okay. We'll start with some questions about my background and how I ended up on this job in the first place. Let's listen in to the first message here.
Hello, Morton. This is, Junior Communications Officer Vest Tarek, Sector 4 Bridge Crew. Oh, man. I've been listening to your show every night for 6 months, and I have so many questions. First, how did you end up in radio in the first place? And, how did that lead you specifically to hosting a night shift radio show on the Death Star? Like, were you assigned to radio communications by the Empire or something? Or did you actually want this posting? Anyway, oh man, thanks so much. I hope I get on the show.
Well, thank you, Officer Tarek, and yes, you made it onto the show. Those are some good questions to start with, and I really appreciate you being a regular listener. Okay. How I ended up in radio is less dramatic than you might hope. I started in standard Imperial communications, fleet coordination, tactical channels, the usual progression for someone with decent vocal clarity and the ability to stay calm under pressure. 14 years ago, I was stationed on a Star Destroyer during the Outer Rim pacification campaigns and long periods of hyperspace travel, crew morale deteriorating, people getting restless and tense. So, our captain at the time decided to establish an internal broadcast system. Music, announcements, something to break up the monotony and keep people connected to each other and to command. I volunteered to help set it up, and mostly because I was curious about the technical side of broadcasting across a ship that size, and somehow I ended up being the voice of it. Turns out I was okay at it. Turns out people responded to having someone talk to them during the long stretches between engagements. When my tour ended, I was offered a transfer to the Imperial Broadcasting Corps. And it seemed like an interesting path, so I took it. As for the Death Star, specifically, I actually requested this posting, believe it or not. And before you ask why anyone would request assignment to a battle station, consider this. It's the most significant Imperial installation ever constructed. The crew here represents every corner of the galaxy, every speciality, every background. The technical challenges of broadcasting across a station this size to so many people from this many different cultures and positions, that's the kind of challenge that makes a career. Plus, there's something, something compelling about providing a human voice in the most powerful weapon in the Empire. Well, balance, maybe, or just knowing that someone needs to talk to the night shift while they keep this place running. The third shift is where the real work happens, and somebody needs to be there for them. Let's take another little look in the message console here.
Hi there, Deck Supervisor Joel Masson, Level 12 Operations. Have you ever hosted a radio anywhere else in the galaxy, like, before? And if so, what was the most boring position? and oh yeah, and what was the most exciting position you had? Yeah, I love you, Morden. Love you.
Love you too, Supervisor Masson, and yes, I had several postings before this one. The most boring, well, I think that was definitely a supply depot in the Tyon cluster. 6 months of inventory updates, shipping schedule announcements, and reminders about proper equipment storage protocols. I think I said the phrase, "Remember to check your manifest," about 1,000 times. It was mind-numbing work, but it taught me discipline and how to make even mundane information sound somewhat engaging. The most exciting, was an occupied planet during post-invasion stabilization in the mid-rim. That was years ago, before the protocols tightened up significantly on what we could and couldn't say on air. I was essentially providing information to both Imperial personnel and the local population as they transitioned into Imperial governance. It was It was complicated, politically delicate, and I guess I learned more about navigating difficult topics in those 6 months than in all my other postings combined. You learn very quickly what happens when you say the wrong thing to the wrong audience at the wrong time. Let me go back to this machine here.
Technician Brell here. Maintenance Division. Level 8. Hello, Morden. It's probably just one of your assistants that listens to this, I would imagine. My question is, if you were not a radio host, what role in the Empire do you think would suit your skills best? Technician Brell, signing off.
Technician Brow. I love that accent. That's an interesting hypothetical. Probably, diplomatic communications or intelligence briefing. Sometimes that requires translating complex information for different audiences while maintaining composure and carefully choosing your words. The fundamental skills are the same, I guess. Reading your audience, understanding what information they need versus the information they want. Delivering that in a way that accomplishes your objective. Whether that's keeping third shift engaged during a long broadcast or briefing command staff on sensitive intelligence. The core competency translates.
Officer Cena Vix, hangar operations, level 9. When you walk around the Death Star, do you get stopped for autographs all the time? Also, is that your natural voice, and do you get recognized often because of it? Thanks, Morden.
Officer Vix, yes, you can, you can have an autograph. Find me after my shift sometime. I'm usually in the level 7 area, common room, around 0300 hours, getting calf before I head to my quarters. Do I get stopped all the time? Sometimes, though not as often as you might think. More commonly, people recognize the voice and just sort of freeze for a moment, which is always entertaining for me to watch. It's usually followed by a nod of recognition, maybe a "love the show" or "you helped me through a rough shift last week." Those brief acknowledgments mean more than autograph requests, honestly. The voice, yes, well, my voice is natural, though I've honed it, trained it over some years, projection, pacing, breathing techniques, that sort of thing, and yes, people definitely recognize it, especially when I'm trying to have a quiet meal in the mess hall. It's, the occupational hazard of having a distinctive voice that's broadcast across the entire station every night.
Supervisor Morn, hangar operations, level 8. Hello, my crew wants to know, have you ever pretended to use the Force when nobody was watching? And don't worry, we all have.
Supervisor Moore, that made me chuckle. Okay. I'm going to invoke my right not to, incriminate myself on Imperial Radio, but I will say this. Anyone who claims they've never tried to move a data pad with their mind after watching Lord Vader stride past is probably lying. We've all been there. We've all been there. Late night, tired, sitting at a desk, staring at a coffee mug that's just slightly out of reach, thinking, maybe, just maybe, if you concentrate hard enough. It's human nature to wonder.
Hello, this is, Lieutenant Rad Seaton, Personnel Coordination, Level 4. There's a rumor floating around that you were once part of Darth Vader's personal guard, Morden. Can you enlighten us?
Well, Lieutenant, no, I was never part of Lord Vader's personal guard. That's a new rumor for me, and I'm genuinely flattered that people think I'm intimidating enough or capable enough for that role, but no, my career has been entirely in communications. The most dangerous thing I do regularly is navigate station politics and try to figure out which topics I can discuss openly and which ones get me called into a commander's office for a conversation. That's occasionally more treacherous than actual combat.
Morden, this is Senior Technician Orville Gast. Reactor Maintenance Level 34. I've been working on this station since, well, before it was fully operational. I've got some questions that might make command uncomfortable, so I'm not even sure if you'll play it on the show. But you've always, seemed like someone who navigates these things carefully. You, hear every kind of voice from all over the station. What does your conscience tell you about the people who work on the Death Star, especially after what happened to Alderaan? Where were you when Alderaan was destroyed, and what was that experience like for you and the rest of the crew?
Well, Senior Technician Gast, you certainly don't ask easy questions. I appreciate that, actually, and let me navigate these as honestly as I can. What does my conscience tell me about the people who work here? It tells me that most of you are doing jobs. Complicated jobs, sometimes dangerous jobs. But fundamentally, jobs nonetheless. Engineers maintaining reactors so we have power and life support. Technicians calibrating targeting systems so they function properly. Officers coordinating logistics so everyone gets fed and supplied. Communication personnel keeping information flowing. The vast majority of people on this station are just trying to serve, do their work well, and eventually get home to their families. My conscience tells me that those people like you, technician, deserve to be talked to like human beings during their shifts, or whatever species you might be. They deserve to have someone acknowledge that the work is difficult, that the long hours are long, and that being away from home during celebrations is hard. And that's what I try to provide. As for Alderaan, I was here in the studio. Actually, I think I was between shows reviewing notes for the overnight programming when the announcement came through internal channels. The experience was complicated, surreal, maybe. This station was built for that purpose. We all knew what the laser was designed to do, but having the theoretical become actual is a fundamentally different experience. The crew reaction was mixed. Some people celebrated it as a necessary demonstration of Imperial power, proof that rebellion has consequences. Some went very quiet, processing what had just happened. A lot of people just didn't know how to react. They continued their work because the work doesn't stop for anything. I remember night shift that night being particularly strange. People calling in with questions I couldn't answer, expressing feelings they probably shouldn't have been expressing on an open broadcast. It was heavy. We still have that broadcast somewhere, and if you'd like to hear the broadcast that night, just send me a message and I can dig it out of the vault.
Hi, hello. Security Officer Pell Navin, detention level 19. 2 questions. First, people confess to all kind of things on your show. Do Lord Vader and the other higher-ups know about what gets confessed on your broadcast? Second, how do you manage to dodge the lack of freedom of speech in the Empire while still saying as much as you do on air? Yeah, I think that's all the questions I have. Thanks, Morton. And hope everyone has a good Imperial celebration.
Officer Navin, I appreciate you giving your name and rank while asking questions you're nervous about. Okay, do the higher-ups listen to the show? I have to assume yes. The Death Star has extensive monitoring systems for all communications, and I'd be naive to think this broadcast isn't being recorded and reviewed. Do they act on confessions they hear? Sometimes, yes. I've had people called in for questioning after admitting to things on air, usually minor protocol violations or concerns about other personnel. That's the reality of broadcasting on a military installation. I can't promise confidentiality when everything goes through Imperial communication systems. What I can promise is that I'll talk to people like you. I'll try to understand their situations, and I'll provide what guidance I can. But anyone calling this show should understand that it's not private, it's not protected, and there may be consequences for what you say. As for how I navigate freedom of speech issues, very, very carefully, Officer Navin. The trick is being valuable enough that command wants to keep you around while never being quite dangerous enough that they decide you're more trouble than you're worth. I stay professional in my presentation. I don't criticize command decisions directly, and I focus on human problems. Personal issues, and rather than political or strategic ones. I've been doing this long enough to know exactly where the boundaries are, where the line is, what will get me a stern conversation, what will get me reassigned, and what will get me in serious trouble. Charisma helps, certainly, but so does understanding the system you're operating within and respecting it even when you're pushing against its edges. It's a narrow path. It's a narrow path to walk, but it can be walked if you're careful and thoughtful about it.
Communications Specialist Mara Slen. Intelligence Liaison, Level 6. 3 questions for you, Morden. Did you witness Order 66? And Anna, if you did, what were your thoughts at the time? After something like Alderaan, how do you keep doing this show? As if things are normal. And do you ever have threatening callers? What's the protocol when someone on the air starts to sound dangerous? Thanks, Morden.
Specialist Slen, Intelligence Liaison. I'm going to answer these in the order that feels safest. Threatening callers. Yes, I get them occasionally, though not as often as you might think. The protocol is straightforward. I have discretion to cut them off mid-call if I determine they're becoming dangerous or problematic, and security automatically traces every call that comes into this studio. It's happened 3 times since I've been here in my tenure. Twice it was just people venting frustration in aggressive ways. They weren't actual threats, just personnel having very bad shifts. Once it was someone having a genuine psychological breakdown and security intervened appropriately. There is a button on my console right here in front of me. Red, obviously, because everything important is red, apparently, and that button silently alerts security while keeping the caller on the line. I've never had to use it for anything truly dangerous, but it's there, and I know it's there. Another Alderaan question. How do I act as if things are normal? Because the night shift still needs to be worked, Specialist Slen. The reactors still need monitoring, and the hangar crews still need to coordinate. The maintenance staff still needs to keep systems running. The job doesn't stop for anything, so I don't stop. Maybe that's avoidance, or maybe that's professionalism, or maybe that's just what you do when you're part of a military structure and you have a role to play. I genuinely don't know anymore. What I do know is that people need to hear a voice during their shifts, especially during difficult times. They need to know that someone else is awake with them, that someone else is experiencing the same night, that they're not alone out there, whatever dark corner of the station they're in. That purpose doesn't change based on what the station does during the first shift. How do I personally process events like this? I walk a lot during my off hours. I write things that I'll never broadcast. I read history and remind myself that empires have always been complicated. Messy things built on difficult situations. I do my job. That's how I process it. Order 66. I was not in a position to witness it directly. I was stationed on a supply depot in the Outer Rim when it happened, and we received after-action reports through official channels. My thoughts at the time were that the Empire had eliminated a threat to galactic stability, that the Jedi had attempted a coup against the Emperor, and that the response was necessary for the survival of the government. Whether those thoughts have evolved since, whether I have questions about the official narrative, whether I've heard enough stories from enough people over the years to wonder about the completeness of what we were told, those are thoughts I'll keep to myself, Specialist. Some answers aren't safe to speak out loud on Imperial broadcasts, and I think you understand that better than most, given your position.
Yes, hello, Warden. This is, Torin, Mess Hall Operations, Level 14. Me and my crew have been listening every night, and, well, we've been wondering, sorry, I've got it down here somewhere. Yeah, here it is. What holidays do you personally celebrate? And what are your plans for Unity celebrations? Are you trying to get off the station, or are you stuck here for the whole thing? Also, what's your home planet? And do you ever get homesick for your home planet during these long shifts?
Well, hello, Torin and crew. Thank you for listening and for those questions. Let me paint you a picture. I'm here on the Death Star through the entire Unity celebration period. This show doesn't take breaks just because it's a holiday season. Someone needs to talk to night shift while they're keeping the station running. Besides, realistically, by the time I got transport to anywhere worth visiting, I'd have to turn around and come back. The logistics of leave from the station are complicated enough that short breaks aren't really worthwhile. What holidays do I personally celebrate? That's complicated. I was raised with traditional core world observances and family gatherings during year-end celebrations, gift exchanges, ceremonial meals, that sort of thing. Very civilian, very focused on family and community. Out here, I observed what the Empire designates as Unity Celebration. It's not quite the same experience. It's more focused on service and dedication to the Empire. But it serves a similar purpose: connection, reflection, taking a moment to acknowledge that we're all part of something larger than ourselves. I'm from Brentall 6. It's a major trade hub in the core worlds. Lots of traffic, lots of commerce, very urban, industrial, not particularly scenic or peaceful, but it has a certain energy to it that I didn't appreciate when I lived there. During the holiday season there, the merchant districts would string lights between the towers, and there'd be festivals in the transit stations, performers, food vendors, crowds of people from dozens of worlds mixing all together. Very chaotic, very loud, very colorful. I didn't appreciate it at the time. Found it very overwhelming. Too crowded, too noisy, but I miss it now. Yeah. Funny how that works. You don't value things until you're far away from them. Do I get homesick? Yes, especially during celebration seasons when I know what's happening there and I'm here instead. There's a particular kind of food from the night markets, spiced flatbread with braised nerf, and this tangy sauce made from local fruits that I haven't found it anywhere else in the galaxy. Sometimes during breaks between shows, I can smell it in my memory so vividly that I have to check if someone's cooking nearby. Probably sounds ridiculous, getting homesick over street food, but it's strange things, the little things that stay with you, the small things.
Crew Chief Anatis. Transport operations. Level 22. Got a couple of questions here for you, Morton. Do you have any hobbies or interests when you're not on the air? And how does someone like you unwind after a show? Also, what's your favorite planet that you've traveled to? Can you describe what it's like there, the climate, what it looks like, what it smells like? Love you, Morton.
Crew Chief Arandis. I can definitely help with that. Hobbies? Well, when I'm off shift, I read a lot. Mostly history, military history, political history, cultural evolution, how societies change over time. I find it grounding, I suppose. Understanding how we got to where we are helps me understand where we are now and maybe where we're going. Context matters, of course. I also write, though nothing I'd ever broadcast. Personal observations. Trying to process what I see and hear every night. Working through thoughts that aren't appropriate for public consumption. It's therapeutic. How do I unwind after a show? Honestly, I just walk. There's a specific route I take through the maintenance corridors on levels 9 through 12. Quiet areas, minimal footfall traffic at that hour, good sight lines on the station's internal structure. Yeah, something about seeing the mechanical systems, pipes, the conduits, the cable runs, the framework that holds everything together, I don't know, it just helps me decompress. It reminds me that for all the human drama, complicated feelings, and moral questions, the station is ultimately just an extremely complicated machine, doing what it was built to do. There's something calming about that perspective. The station doesn't worry about what it is or what it does. It just functions. Sometimes I envy that simplicity. What else did you ask? Oh, my favorite planet I've traveled to. That's easy, actually. It was Alderaan. Yeah. Before. Obviously. Before. I had a 3-day leave there. About, well, it was years ago now, during spring in the northern continent. The grasslands were, they were full of wildflowers. These, purple blooms that grew in massive fields. They would stretch as far as you could see. And the air there just smelled so sweet, and there was fresh water and another smell I couldn't quite identify. It was something green and alive. The mountains in the distance were, well, they had snow on the peaks. The cities they had these cities built into the hillsides, all white stone and gardens integrated into magnificent architecture. Beautiful in a way that felt effortless, like the planet and the people had figured out how to exist together without fighting each other, you know? The people were kind, genuinely kind, not just polite or professional. I remember sitting in a outdoor cafe in the capital, just watching people and trying to soak up everything I could after months on a Star Destroyer. There was a local artist I talked to for hours, and he started to sketch me while we talked, and we chatted about music and poetry, about what it was like serving in the Empire. He told me about his grandchildren. He actually gave me the sketch he drew when we had finished talking, and said that I had an interesting face, lots of character. That's probably why I'm on the radio. But I still have that picture in my quarters, tucked into a book somewhere. The climate was mild, temperate. You could be outside comfortably almost any time of the year. But I've been to lots of worlds, industrial planets, military bases, harsh frontier worlds, but Alderaan was kind of special. It felt like a place where people could actually live, not just survive or work. I understand why people grieve it. Some things are genuinely worth mourning.
Hey, Morton. This is Lieutenant Vrayson, TIE pilot, currently off rotation. What kind of music do you personally enjoy? Do you have a favorite in-station band? I've heard the mechanical replacements are pretty good.
Lieutenant Sen, these are fun questions, and I'm happy to talk about something a bit lighter now. Music I personally enjoy. I appreciate Imperial marches, mostly for their technical precision, but I don't listen to them for pleasure in my off time. They're work music, not relaxation music. In my off time, I tend toward jazz from the Mid-Rim colonies. There's a Corellian style that features improvised horn arrangements over complex rhythm sections that I find genuinely fascinating. It's almost like watching someone solve a puzzle in real time, musically speaking. I also enjoy some traditional music from Naboo, very melodic. Lots of stringed instruments, often performed in small ensembles. It's peaceful, without being too boring. And yes, I have been known to dabble in some club music from Coruscant. Not all of it, but some producers really understand how to build energy into a track. The mechanical replacements, yes, I know them very well. We've played them on the show before. They're fascinating from a creative standpoint. They're a group of maintenance technicians, I believe, who perform during the off hours in level 16. And apparently their instruments are all repurposed station equipment. Plasma, torch percussion, ventilation duct, resonators, metal panel rhythms, cable tension strings. They're making their music out of the actual tools and materials they work with every day.
Hello. Communications Officer Tay Dexon. External Relations, Level 7. Morden, what's your favorite interview you've ever done? What's the wildest call you've ever had on air? And do you ever get, have you ever tried to get Lord Vader or the Emperor as guests for your show?
Officer Dexon, favorite interview I've ever done? Nah, that would be about 2 years ago. I interviewed a refugee resettlement coordinator who was processing people from a planet that had just been brought into Imperial governance. He talked about the psychological process of helping people adapt to Imperial structure after living in what was essentially chaos, a failed planetary government with no real infrastructure or stability. The insight into human adaptation was fascinating, how people grieve their old systems, even when those systems were failing them. How they resist structure, even when structure is what they desperately need. The cultural translation required, the patience needed, the way you have to meet people where they are rather than where you want them to be. It really was one of the most thoughtful conversations I've ever had on Imperial governance and what we're actually all here for, what we're trying to build. It never made it to official broadcast because it was too politically complicated to use maybe a tad too honest about the difficulties and the failures and the moral ambiguities. But I have the recording in my personal files. Sometimes I listen to it when I need to remind myself that this work is complicated and that easy answers are usually wrong answers. What was my wildest call? Yes, that's easy. Last year, someone called claiming to be from the future. Said they were a technician who had gotten stuck in a temporal anomaly and had traveled forward 30 years, seen things that were going to happen, and they'd gotten pulled back to our current time. And they described the Death Star being destroyed, which is obviously impossible, and gave all these specific details about how it supposedly happened. Here's what's wild about it. They knew specific technical details about sections of the station that weren't public knowledge, maintenance codes, system configurations, things that you'd only know about if you actually worked in those areas. Very strange. Part of me still wonders where all that information came from. He was very convincing. As for interviewing command staff, yes, we've submitted requests through proper channels. I believe Lord Vader has been approached twice. Both requests were denied without explanation. Grand Admiral Thrawn's staff indicated he would potentially consider an interview focused on military history and art, but scheduling has never worked out. The Emperor, well, we've never formally requested. There are layers of protocol involved in even suggesting such a thing, and realistically, this show is far too small for that level of guest.
Hello, Morden. This is sanitation worker Bex. Level 3 waste processing. Have you heard the rumors that the calcite on the Death Star's reactor lenses came from Gorman? And can you confirm or deny that Grand Moff Tarkin wears fuzzy bantha slippers in the executive lounge? Thanks.
Packed quite a lot into one message there. The calcite sourcing question, I don't have access to classified supply chain information about reactor components or construction materials. What I can tell you is that materials acquisition for a project of this scale involves logistics across multiple systems, multiple suppliers, and multiple methods of procurement. Some of those methods are probably more pleasant than others. Are there stories about questionable sourcing practices? Always, with any large Imperial project, there are rumors about where materials came from, who provided labor, what shortcuts were taken to meet deadlines. Are those stories true? I couldn't tell you, even if I knew, and I don't know. What I will say is that large Imperial projects prioritize results and deadlines over process and ethics. Take from that what you will, Bex, and Grand Moff Tarkin and Bantha slippers. Bex, I need you to understand something. The executive levels of this station are extremely restricted. Your colleague was either somewhere they absolutely weren't supposed to be, which would be a serious security violation, or they're engaging in creative fiction. That said, Every high-ranking officer is still human underneath the rank and the uniform and the authority. Do I think Grand Moff Tarkin might own comfortable footwear for his private quarters when he's off duty? Possibly. The man probably has feet that get tired like everyone else. Do I think anyone has actually witnessed him wearing such footwear? Extremely unlikely. Can I confirm or deny this rumor? Absolutely not, and I value my career too much to even try.
This is Senior Systems Analyst Trell Coven, Operation Analysis Level 8. Several questions, actually. How does gravity actually work on the Death Star? Has anyone stationed here actually completed the Kessel Run? And is the X-Wing really superior to a TIE fighter? I would like your answers to these, please, Morton. Thank you.
Analyst Coven, thank you for these questions. I enjoy technical questions because they have actual answers. Okay, I've read about this. Gravity on the Death Star is artificial, generated by a complex network of gravity well projectors distributed throughout the entire station. It's not natural gravity like you'd experience on a planet. Generally speaking, down is oriented toward the outer hull, which means the lower levels are actually the outer levels closer to the station's surface. The core of the station contains the reactor and major power systems. It's not like a planet where gravity pulls everything toward the center. Think of it more like each level or section has its own local orientation, and the artificial gravity generators keep everyone's feet pointed in the appropriate direction. When you move between certain sections, you're actually rotating your frame of reference, even though it feels like you're just walking down a corridor. It's conceptually disorientating if you think about it too hard, but the technology handles the transition seamlessly. The Kessel Run question. Yes, several personnel currently stationed here have completed it in their pre-Death Star careers, mostly former smugglers who took Imperial amnesty or transport pilots who did high-risk cargo runs in the Outer Rim. It comes up in the certain break room conversations occasionally. Bragging rights are moderate. It's impressive and legitimately dangerous, but this station has people who've flown in major fleet engagements. In that context, the Kessel Run is noteworthy but not legendary. X-Wings versus TIE Fighters. Here's the reality. X-Wings have deflector shields, hyperdrive capability, and heavier weapons loadouts. TIE Fighters have superior maneuverability, better acceleration, and higher top speed, but both are effective in their intended roles. X-Wings are designed as multi-role fighters that can operate independently over long distances. TIE Fighters are designed for short-range intercept missions operating from a carrier base. Is the X-Wing a more versatile, multi-role fighter with better survivability for the pilot? Yes. Objectively, it is. Does it make it superior in an absolute sense? Well, that depends entirely on your tactical objectives and operational context. Is saying this out loud treason? No, Analyst Coven. Acknowledging factual technical specifications is not treason. Is preferring enemy equipment over Imperial equipment a bad look? Yes, it definitely is. My advice, frame it as a technical analysis rather than a preference. Perception matters, as much as reality. Okay, well, listeners, I'm really starting to lose my train of thought here, and that was this year's holiday Q&A special. I think we've covered quite a lot of ground tonight. I'm sorry if I didn't get to your question. Career paths, personal histories, serious moral questions about what we do here and why, personal interests and homesickness, entertainment, what makes life bearable on this station, conspiracy theories. What really strikes me about tonight, what strikes me every time we do one of these, is how much these questions reveal about what people think about these long shifts in the dark corner of this station. You're not just wondering about technical specifications and gravity systems, you're wondering about my conscience, about whether I miss home, about whether those of us in public-facing roles are actually being monitored and controlled. You're wondering if there's truth to the rumors that make this place feel slightly less mundane and slightly more mysterious. Well, to Officer Tarek and everyone who asked about my background, thank you for being curious, and thank you for asking about how I ended up here. To Technician Gast and those who asked me difficult questions, thank you for holding me accountable. To Tora and the mess crew hall, asking about holidays and home, thank you for reminding me that we're all still beings with memories of somewhere else. To Lieutenant Sen and everyone asking about entertainment and music, thank you for caring about what makes life here bearable. To Bex and Ellis Coven with your conspiracy theories and technical deep dives, thank you for keeping things interesting, for asking questions that make people think. Imperial Unity Celebration is supposed to be about demonstrating dedication and service to the Empire. That's the official purpose. Show your loyalty, work harder, celebrate through enhanced productivity. But what I've heard tonight is something different. What I've heard is people trying to find connection, trying to understand each other, trying to make this enormous, powerful, sometimes frightening station feel a little more like a place where real people live and work and think and worry and hope. That's what these celebrations should actually be about. I think, not performing too much patriotism for command, not checking boxes on dedication requirements, but recognizing our shared experience. This has been Night Shift Radio with Midnight Morton. To everyone working through Unity Celebration, everyone on the night shift keeping the reactors running, keeping the hangar bays operational, keeping the life systems functional, you're doing important work, vital work. Take care of yourselves. Rest when you can. Talk to each other. And remember that sustainable service is what builds an empire, not spectacular burnout. Anyone can work themselves to exhaustion for a celebration period. The Empire needs people who can work steadily and sanely for years. That's the real test of dedication. Glory to the Empire, and good night, Death Star. I'll be here tomorrow night, and the night after that. Someone has to keep you company.
You're listening to Imperial Radio Network, live from the Death Star, broadcasting across all sectors. And now, the voice of Imperial Unity, AJ Midnight Morden.
Good evening, Empire. This is Night Shift with Midnight Morden, broadcasting across all sectors of this magnificent station. 2,300 hours, and you're tuned to the only show that keeps the Imperial war machine running through the night. Whether you're a gunner on level 14, maintenance crew in the reactor core, or a TIE pilot on standby, we've got your next few hours covered. First, a few status reports. Current shipwide status shows all systems nominal. Sectors 5 through 12 reporting standard operation. Reactor efficiency at 97%. Excellent work, engineering team. And I'm seeing the usual gamma shift traffic in the main corridors. Nothing our brave stormtroopers can't handle. And now, a word from our sponsors. Tonight's broadcast is brought to you by the Imperial Commissary, your one-stop shop for regulation-approved comfort items. And by Vader's finest coffee, the dark side of your morning. Available now in all level 3 break rooms. Okay, and now, as always, our comm channels are open for your calls. Just remember to state your operating number and current security clearance before transmission. Let's see who's burning the midnight oil in this technological terror. Imperial Comm Line 1, you're live across the Death Star.
Operator number TK-421. Level 4 security clearance. These new helmets, Morden, they're driving me insane. The neck seals are chafing like you wouldn't believe.
Uncomfortable equipment in our beloved Empire? Surely you must be mistaken, Trooper.
No, Morden, look. I've got blisters on my blisters. The whole unit does. And the sweat collection system is definitely not working right. Yesterday, I tilted my head and got last week's patrol dripping down my neck.
Ah, yes. Recycling at its finest. The Empire does pride itself on efficiency.
It's not just me, right? Like, this is actually gross.
I believe the term is optimal moisture redistribution, Trooper. Imperial Comm Line 2, state your operating number and...
I'm not giving my number. Listen, something weird is going on in the cafeteria. The new KX units they installed last week. They're just not monitoring food prep.
Caller, I must remind you that anonymous communications are...
They're collecting data on eating habits. Recording who sits with who. How long each conversation lasts. I saw one of them scanning a lieutenant's tray and transmitting something about suspicious protein consumption patterns.
While I'm sure our standard security droids are simply ensuring proper nutritional standards...
They made 3 arrests yesterday because some officers were taking too long on their lunch breaks. Called it temporal nutrition optimization violations. Morden, since when is eating a crime? Oh no. Oh no. They're doing their rounds right now. I have to go.
Well, I'm sure our mysterious caller is fine, and definitely not being optimized as we speak. Oh, Imperial Comm Line 3.
Operating number MT616. Martin, the new efficiency protocols are killing us down here. They've installed these productivity monitoring droids in the maintenance tunnels.
Ah, yes, the Empire's latest initiative for a more efficient workforce.
They time everything. And I mean everything. Had a droid follow me for my whole shift yesterday. Got marked down for spending excessive time tightening a coolant valve. Apparently, the book says it should take 23 seconds. I took 47.
Well, heaven forbid you ensure a valve is actually sealed properly.
Exactly. Morden, and get this. They've got a new brake system. You have to log your destination every single time you leave your post. I mean, even for the refresher. Had 3 guys get written up for unauthorized hydration management.
Can have people drinking water whenever they feel like it. Think of the lost productivity.
I spent longer logging the maintenance request than fixing the actual problem. How is that efficient?
Imperial Comm Line 4, your operating number, please.
Yeah, no number from me. But speaking of the cafeteria situation, it gets worse. The nutrient paste, it isn't just paste. I swear they're putting something in it. Ever notice how everyone's more compliant after lunch?
That sounds like unauthorized speculation about Imperial Food Services, caller.
All I'm saying is, ever since they changed the recipe, my whole department has been volunteering for double shifts. And smiling. Like, smiling in waste management.
Sounds like the Empire's finest showing their dedication to...
I haven't eaten the paste in 2 weeks. That's right. I've been sneaking ration bars from the emergency pods. And let me tell you, I'm the only one who noticed when they painted the entire level 5 corridor pink yesterday. Pink. I mean, come on. And everyone else just walked around like it was normal.
And that sounds like a perfect time for a word from our sponsors. Remember, troops, Vader's finest coffee. Now with 30% less sedation. Sediment. And now, time for your Imperial workplace updates. Let's start with traffic conditions across our lovely battle station. Heavy worker traffic reported in Corridor 5 Alpha. Seems a mouse droid convoy is causing delays. Again, please note that kicking them only makes them more aggressive. Level 27 is experiencing what Command calls routine congestion due to another malfunctioning blast door. Maintenance reports it's opening and closing at random. So far, it's trapped 3 squadrons and an admiral. Response teams estimate, soon. Remember, troops, if caught in a blast door situation, your death is in service to the Empire. And that sound means a reminder that the express turbo lift to the detention level is for prisoner transport only. Yes, I know it's faster than the regular lifts. No, your late shift report doesn't count as a prisoner. And now, your artificial environment report. Sectors 1 through 7 are experiencing what engineering calls optimal temperature variation. Translation, the heating's broken again. All personnel are reminded that personal heating units are strictly prohibited. Your shivering demonstrates commitment to the cause. Sector 8 through 12 are reporting higher than normal humidity due to a leak in the water recycling system. Command assures us that this is atmospheric enhancement, not a maintenance issue. Remember, a wet trooper is an alert trooper. Level 13 is currently experiencing what we're required to call scheduled atmospheric adjustments. If you see any mysterious floating objects or hear unexplained whispers, please file Form 27B-6 with Paranormal Activity Control. Do not attempt to interact with any apparitions claiming to be former employees. And a special notice for maintenance crews. The gravity generators in Sector 20 are still acting up. All personnel are advised to tie down loose equipment and themselves. We've already lost 3 cleaning droids to the ceiling. They're still operational up there, though, so watch your head. That concludes your Imperial workplace updates. Remember, a productive worker is an alive worker. Usually. And now, let's head back to the calls. Imperial Comm Line 1. You're live across the Death Star.
I'm not giving my operating number. Listen, I work in Sector 7G. Waste management. Something came through the system last night. Something big.
Caller, I must remind you that all waste disposal incidents should be reported through proper channels.
The proper channels are ignoring it. 3 of our compactors completely failed. Just stopped working. But here's the weird thing. They were crushed from the inside out.
Well, perhaps a maintenance issue?
Maintenance found claw marks, Morden. claw marks on the inside. And we've been hearing noises. Yeah. Noises in the walls. Like that. Tell me you heard that.
Now look, I'm sure there's a perfectly reasonable explanation involving standard pipe pressure and... technical difficulties. How unfortunate. Imperial Com, line 2.
Operating number IO725. Level 6 clearance. Morden. Your last caller may be onto something. I'm in requisitions, and we've had some unusual requests lately.
Unusual? How, officer?
Massive orders of specialized containment units. The kind with built-in force fields. And get this, Morden. They're being delivered to a level that officially doesn't exist.
I'm sure it's all standard Imperial...
At the biochem lab, they've requisitioned enough sedative. And the biochem lab, they've requisitioned enough sedative to knock out a Star Destroyer's worth of Wookiees. Ordered by someone with clearance I've never seen before. Huh. But, I'm sure it's all according to protocol. I have to go. Glory to the Empire.
Indeed. Glory to the Empire. Imperial Com, line 3.
Look, I work in droid maintenance, level 5. Not giving my number for obvious reasons. But something weird is happening. Something weird ordered with the repair units in section 31B.
Weird? How?
Well, we keep sending maintenance droids to investigate power fluctuations. Standard stuff, you know. Except they don't come back. When we find them, they're completely wiped. Not just memory cores. Everything. It's like something scared them so bad their circuits couldn't handle it.
Well, I mean, droids don't get scared.
Then explain why every single one had their motivator burnt out trying to get away from whatever they saw. The last one we recovered, its visual processors were melted from the inside. And the logs show a power spike of 300%. 300% above normal. Every night, same time, like clockwork. Oh no. They're doing a surprise inspection. I shouldn't be on the phone.
Imperial Com Line 4?
They're testing something down there. Level 13. The level they say doesn't exist. Yeah? You hear about this, Morton? I cleaned the officers' quarters. Found a datapad. There are specimens. They're calling it Project Dark Star.
Caller, discussion of classified projects is
The
strictly...
specimens got loose last week. That's why they sealed off the entire southeast quadrant. Reactor leak? Please. Since when does a reactor leak make those kinds of sounds?
Let's take another caller. Line 5?
TK329. Reporting, sir. Level 4 clearance. Just wanted to report some irregular activity during my patrol.
Okay, proceed, Trooper.
Was doing my rounds near the restricted research sectors. Saw a group of scientists in hazmat suits. They were running. Never seen an Imperial scientist run before.
Well, I mean, perhaps they were late for a meeting.
Then why were they screaming about containment protocols? And why did they seal off the entire wing right after it? I'm telling you, Morton, I've been hearing weird stuff through the walls ever since. Like chittering. And sometimes it sounds like laughing.
And that sounds like a perfect time for a reminder about proper security protocols and the dangers of spreading unauthorized rumors. Coming up, tips for maintaining your regulation boots and why that mysterious scratching in your wall is definitely just normal station operations. Stay with us. Welcome back to Night Shift. Before we continue, I'm legally required to remind all listeners that Level 13 absolutely does not exist, and any discussion of non-existent levels is strictly prohibited. Now, Comm Line 1, you are live on the Death Star.
Operating number MT879. Alright, look, Morton. I know we're not supposed to talk about certain levels, but let me tell you something. Something happened down there last week that people they need to know about.
You mean on the level that doesn't exist?
Yeah, exactly. See, I was doing repairs, on the ventilation shaft. Normal stuff, right? Then I hear this, I don't know, like, it sounded like, kind of like a singing, like singing.
Singing? You heard singing?
Yeah, well, something like that. I mean, like 100 voices, but all like wrong somehow. You know, like not in basic, not in any language I've ever heard. Kind of made my teeth hurt listening to it. I know that sounds weird, but you know, it made my teeth hurt. And then the readings on my data pad, it just melted.
Just melted?
Just melted, Morton. That's right. I hear the sound and it melts, and the screen went all liquid. Liquid, then solid again. But now it only displays things backwards. And sometimes it shows coordinates for places that don't exist. Like, don't exist in our galaxy. But, that's not even the weirdest part. Alright? Alright, get this. Found this, like, I don't know how to, I guess you would call it like something like a substance on the walls. Like a sorta, like black, gray, mostly black. Kinda oily, but it moved when you weren't looking directly at it. It would move. And, so I sent a sample to the lab for analysis, and, the next day, whole crew was gone. Transferred, they said. Yeah, all of them at once.
Well, I'm sure there's a perfectly reasonable explanation.
Morton, the substance, a black thing, a black oily thing, the substance is still there. Yeah, it's growing. And sometimes I swear I see faces in it.
Ah, another technical difficulty. How unfortunate. Imperial Comm Line 2?
Operating number SO241. Level 6 clearance. Morton, I need to report some irregularities in the security footage.
Proceed, officer.
Well, I've been monitoring the cameras near, well, I think you know where. Every night, same time, we get these glitches. But they're not normal glitches.
Okay, how so?
Well, the footage doesn't just cut out. It changes. Shows corridors that don't match our schematics. Doors that lead to spaces that can't exist. And the timestamps. They go backwards, sideways. Sometimes show dates from thousands of years in the future. And the people in the footage. Sometimes they walk backwards, or sideways up walls, or they're there, but they cast no shadow. And their faces...
Well, perhaps we should move on to...
Wait, there's more, Warden, please. Last night, I saw something in the footage. It was like a whole squad of troopers went down there. Standard patrol. But when they came back, the footage shows the right number of troopers, right uniforms. Everything looks normal, except...
Except?
They were all walking in perfect sync. Like some sort of dance. And when they passed the camera, none of their helmets had eye slots. Just smooth, white plastic. Filed a report, and oh no. They're here, but their uniforms. Those aren't regulation anymore. Haven't been for 30 years.
Well, how about those pod racing scores? Imperial Com Line 3.
Don't use my number. They'll track it. Listen, I know what Project Darkstar is. Yeah, like, really is. I, found a terminal that was still logged in. They're not just doing experiments down there. They're They're trying to reach something.
Trying to reach something.
The files talked about parallel containment and dimensional resonance or something like that. They're punching holes, Martin. They're punching holes in the specimens aren't specimens. They're what came through, or what they became after they came through. You know, the ones they couldn't contain. And now they're learning, changing. Last week, just last week, one of them figured out how to wear a lieutenant's face. Wore it to the mess hall. Sat there for hours, not eating, just smiling. And the worst part, High Command, I think they want this. All of it. The file said it's working exactly as planned. This isn't an accident. It's, oh, stars. The walls are breathing, Morton.
And on that note, let's hear a word from our sponsors. Remember, troops, Vader's Finest Coffee, now with extra reality stabilizers. I mean, caffeine. Definitely caffeine. And we're back. What a night. You know what? I've had enough of these ridiculous rumors for one night. Level 13. Temporal anomalies. Face-stealing specimens. Do you have any idea how much paperwork I'm going to have to file just for airing these calls? Okay, look, I'm gonna be straight. I've been doing this show for about 3 years now. Started as a proper Imperial broadcast, and that's exactly what it still is. You want to know what's really happening on this station? I'll tell you what's happening. Maintenance crews behind on their work blame mysterious creatures. Security footage glitching. Well, must be parallel dimensions. Weird sounds in the waste disposal. Definitely must be interdimensional beings. Couldn't possibly be those faulty compactors I've been reporting for months. And these anonymous messages. Let me read you my favorite one from tonight. The walls are breathing, Morden. The walls. Have you considered that maybe, just maybe, you're pulling a double shift in an understaffed battle station, running on bad CAF and worse sleep schedules? Oh, and now I'm getting a message that tomorrow's mandatory psychiatric evaluations have been moved up to right now. Wonderful. I'm sure that's also because of mysterious experiments, and not at all related to the mass hysteria I've just had to sit through. So, here's your Imperial approved end of shift update. This station, the station is fine. The Empire is fine. You're all fine. If you see something strange, file a report. Just file a report. If you happen to hear something weird or hear something strange, some singing perhaps, file a report. If you think your colleague is actually a shape-shifting creature from another dimension, please, just file a report and let someone else deal with it. This is Midnight Morden, reminding you that the only thing we have to fear is falling behind on our productivity quotas. Coming up next, 6 hours of approved Imperial white noise, guaranteed to contain no hidden messages or interdimensional frequencies. Glory to the Empire, and for Star's sake, get some sleep.
This concludes our broadcast. Glory to the Empire. You're listening to Imperial Radio Network, Death Star Primary Channel, broadcasting across all sectors. The voice of Imperial Unity, KJ Midnight Morden.
Good evening, Empire. This is Night Shift Radio with Midnight Morden, broadcasting across all sectors of this magnificent station. 2,300 hours, and you're tuned to the only show that keeps the Imperial war machine running through the night. So whether you're a gunner on level 14, maintenance crew in the reactor core, or a TIE pilot on standby, we've got your next few hours covered. It's been quite the week since that specialized medical frigate arrived last Tuesday, bringing new equipment and those transfer medical droids. I've noticed the corridors feeling a bit more efficient, wouldn't you say? Current shipwide status shows all systems nominal, sectors 5 through 12 reporting standard operation. Reactor efficiency at 98%. Excellent work, engineering team. And I'm seeing the usual gamma shift traffic in the main corridors, though personnel movement patterns have been remarkably consistent this week, almost unnaturally so. Now, before we dive into tonight's calls, let me remind all personnel that Lord Vader's inspection has been postponed until next week. The official reason given was pressing matters on Imperial Center, but between you and me, I think someone might have told him about the backup in the officer's mess plumbing. Nothing ruins an impressive inspection like the smell of a backed-up waste pipe. Am I right? Not that I'd ever suggest Lord Vader has anything as human as a sense of smell. That's between him and his respirator. Tonight's broadcast is brought to you by the Imperial Commissary, your one-stop shop for regulation-approved comfort items, and by Vader's finest coffee, the dark side of your morning. Available now in all Level 3 break rooms. I personally recommend their new Executor blend. It'll keep you alert through even the most tedious orbital patrol. As always, our comm channels are open for your calls. Just remember to state your operating number and current security clearance before transmission. Let's see who's up on the Death Star. Imperial Comm Line 1. You're live across the Death Star.
Operating number TK-857, Level 3 clearance. Warden, oh man, you're not gonna believe this, but I think I'm developing force abilities.
Is that so, Trooper? And what incredible powers have you manifested? Moving Star Destroyers, crushing rebel bases with your mind?
Well, not exactly, but last night I was thinking really hard about my blaster cleaning kit, and when I returned to my quarters, it had moved 6 inches to the left. That's telekinesis, right? I mean, should I, inform Lord Vader, or wait until I can move bigger objects?
Perhaps wait until you can at least shift a mouse droid, though I'd recommend against demonstrating this talent anywhere near Lord Vader. He tends to be rather particular about Force users, something about not appreciating the competition.
It's not just moving objects. No, yesterday, I knew Lieutenant Drex was going to enter the barracks before he did. I just had this feeling, you know?
Was this feeling perhaps related to the fact that Lieutenant Drex inspects the barracks at the same time every single day?
Oh, well, there was also this thing with the cafeteria menu. I predicted we'd have nutrient paste.
That's truly remarkable, considering we've had nutrient paste every day for the past 3 years.
Yeah. I mean, you're probably right. I mean, I'll keep practicing in secret. Maybe I can levitate my helmet next. Or read the thoughts of that cute communications officer on level 7.
I'd definitely avoid that last one. Mind reading is a fast track to disciplinary action or worse. Do keep us updated on your journey to becoming the Empire's first Force-sensitive stormtrooper, though perhaps focus your newfound powers on your actual job. Imperial Comm Line 2?
Operator number MT329. Level 2 clearance. Morden, something weird is happening with the requisition system. It's rejecting my thumbprint ID, but it's accepting everything else. The terminal keeps saying biometric mismatch. Even though nothing's changed, I've been using the same thumb for 5 years.
Well, have you tried your other thumb? Perhaps the system is just tired of seeing the same one.
Yeah, very funny, Morden. But seriously, it's not just me, you know? There's 3 other guys in my unit had the same problem this week. All after our scheduled medical checks in Base 7. Could be like a system-wide glitch.
I'll make a note for tech support. Perhaps there's some interference from the new medical equipment. But first, let's see who else is calling in tonight. Imperial Comm Line 3.
Operator number WD429, level 2 clearance. Well, Morden, we got a situation in the compactor units. Last night we had another incident where a piston failed at full compression. That's like the 3rd one this week. Manufacturing says now, they say it's impossible. These units are rated for crushing starfighter hulls.
And what exactly was in the compactor at the time?
Yeah, now you see, that's the strangest part. Just standard waste. But when we examined the damaged piston, we found what looked like, it kind of looked like claw marks. Yeah, claw marks from the inside.
Claw marks? Are you suggesting someone was alive in there?
Honestly, Morton, I don't know what to think anymore. But the marks match no known species in the Imperial database. And, here's the truly disturbing part. We found similar marks in all 3 damaged units. Identical patterns. Whatever it was, there's more than one.
Perhaps some exotic pet has escaped from an officer's quarters. I recall we had that incident last month with Captain Nivik's Corellian Sand Panther.
Sand Panthers don't leave marks like this, Morton. These are, I don't know how to describe it, almost geometric, like they were made with tools rather than natural claws. And, oh yeah, there's something else. I almost forgot. After each incident, several nearby crew members reported unusual dreams. Same dream, actually, the same dream. Something about perfect replacements.
Speaking of station functionality, let's check in with our traffic and travel updates. Let's see here. We're seeing turbo delays in sectors 5 through 8 due to maintenance operations. Turbolift 31C has been taken offline completely after 3 passengers reported their reflections moving independently of themselves. Engineering assures us this is a simple light refraction issue and definitely not, I repeat, not a dimensional anomaly. Shuttle service to the lower hangar bays is operating at reduced capacity for the next 12 hours due to what Command is calling routine recalibration of the navigation systems. Please allow extra time for cross-station transit during shift changes. And a friendly reminder that unauthorized shortcuts through maintenance tunnels will result in disciplinary action. The last trooper caught crawling through the ventilation shafts is now on permanent sanitation duty in the Rancor holding area. Though I'm told he's performing remarkably well since his required medical evaluation. Perfect attendance, exceptional waste management metrics. Who knew a medical checkup could improve one's enthusiasm for cleaning exotic predator habitats? Who've we got next on the calls?
Operator number TK421, Level 4 security clearance. Warden, something strange is happening with my squad leader. He's suddenly stopped using our squadron nicknames. We've had him for years, and now he insists on operating numbers only. He won't even respond to Bullseye anymore. And that's been his call sign since the academy.
Perhaps he's finally read the Imperial Communications Manual. Section 12, paragraph 7 clearly states all personnel should be addressed by proper designation.
No, it's more than that. He's walking differently. He's talking differently. Doesn't remember any of our missions on Mimban. And get this, he used to be terrified of needles. But yesterday I saw him volunteering for additional vaccines. Said they were beneficial to optimal functioning. Who talks like that, Morton?
Perhaps he's simply becoming a model Imperial officer. Frankly, we could all use a little more adherence to protocols. Why, just yesterday I saw an officer with his cap tilted 2 degrees off regulation angle. Absolute madness. Okay, let's take another call.
Operating number SC221. Level 5 clearance. I wanted to share some observations regarding the new medical technology. Our department has been analyzing the specifications, and there are discrepancies.
What kind of discrepancies, officer?
The power consumption doesn't match the stated function. These medical droids are drawing enough energy to run a small Star Destroyer. Far beyond what's required for standard medical procedures, and the secondary processing units appear designed for complex neural mapping and molecular reconstruction. That's well beyond basic medical care.
I'm sure there's a perfectly reasonable...
There's more. We've detected unusual energy signatures emanating from Medical Bay 7. Specifically in frequencies associated with quantum entanglement. Theory suggests such signatures could be related to matter duplication or even consciousness transfer.
That sounds rather speculative, officer.
It was speculative. Until 3 of my colleagues who raised these concerns were summoned to Medical Bay 7 for routine evaluations. They returned with no memory of their research and insisting the energy readings were simple equipment malfunctions. But here's the concerning part, Warden. Their brainwave patterns are subtly altered. The same personalities, same memories, but different neurological signatures.
That's a fascinating theory. Speaking of fascinating, let's hear from our sponsors.
Suffering from armor sweats? Body temperature rising faster than a Star Destroyer going to light speed?
Introducing Trooper Temp, climate control undergarments.
Our patented Wampa Fur technology keeps you cool in combat, warm in space, and comfortable during those endless Death Star patrols.
Side effects may include mild irritation, occasional static discharge, and the uncontrollable urge to march in perfect synchronization with other Trooper Temp users.
Trooper Temp, because comfort is your duty to the Empire.
And we're back. Let's go straight to the lines. Imperial Comm Line 5, you're live across the Death Star.
Operating number IT-905, level 3 clearance. Hey, Morton, so I work in Central Security, and I've noticed something kind of concerning. Several officers who underwent routine medical checkups this week have completely forgotten established security protocols. One lieutenant even tried using his old clearance codes. I mean, these are codes that, we changed months ago.
Oh, sleep deprivation can do strange things to memory.
Well, it's not just fatigue. These are experienced officers who suddenly can't remember basic procedures. They followed these procedures for years. All of them recently, I heard, visited Medical Base 7.
Now I'm sure there's a reasonable...
No, there's more. Their behavior patterns have changed. Okay? We monitor officer movements as part of security protocol. And these individuals have completely different routines now. Lieutenant Crest used to stop for CAF at, 0700 hours every morning. Hasn't missed a day in 3 years. After his medical visit, he just stopped completely. Commander Voss always took the wrong route to the bridge to avoid Officer Nelson. Due to some old feud or something, I don't know. Now, they walk together every day. These are ingrained behavioral patterns, Morton, that have suddenly changed.
Perhaps they've decided simply to make positive life changes.
Positive life changes all at once? And there's a pattern to when these changes occur, okay? Exactly 24 hours after their scheduled medical evaluations. I've mapped it, I've tracked it, it's predictable, and there's more. Okay? Their productivity has increased by exactly 27% across the board, not approximately. Exactly 27%. Statistically, that's impossible without coordination.
Well, increased productivity is hardly cause for alarm in the Empire. Perhaps these medical droids are simply very effective motivators.
That's what Command is saying too. But I've accessed their medical files.
Which I am certain you had proper authorization for.
Let's just say it was a security concern. Their biometric data shows subtle changes. Microscopic differences in retinal patterns. Minor shifts in vocal resonance. Slight alterations to DNA sequencing. Not enough to trigger identity alerts, but definitely different from their baseline readings.
Fascinating. Well, I think that's enough speculation for one call. Thank you for your insights. Imperial Comm Line 6, you're live on the Death Star.
Operating number RT-662. Level 2 clearance. Martin, I've made a startling discovery. I don't think the Death Star is actually round.
I beg your pardon?
Hear me out. Okay? I've been walking in what should be a circle for weeks now, but I keep ending up in different places. Right? I've mapped it out. The geometry doesn't work. I think the Death Star might actually be a cube, and they're just gaslighting us with all these curved corridors and viewports.
Fascinating theory. Have you considered that perhaps you're simply getting lost? The station does house over 1 million personnel.
That's exactly what they want you to think. The maps are all wrong. I've been making my own maps, and... Oh, security is here. They've been following me since I started mapping. I have to go. Sorry, Martin.
Another mystery of the Death Star. Perhaps our technicians should spend less time walking in circles and more time at his assigned post. Imperial Comm Line 7, you're live on the Death Star.
Operating number MO734. Level 5 clearance. I'm calling to address some of these misconceptions about the new medical protocols. The enhanced examination procedures are simply part of the Empire's commitment to optimal personnel performance.
Thank you for the clarification, Doctor. Any response to concerns about memory issues following these examinations?
Minor memory fluctuations are a normal side effect of our advanced neural scanning technology. These temporary systems resolve within 24 hours as the brain adapts to its improved efficiency state. The benefits far outweigh any momentary discomfort.
And what exactly are these benefits?
Enhanced cognitive processing, improved loyalty metrics, reduction in unnecessary emotional responses, elimination of distracting personal concerns that impede Imperial efficiency. procedures are completely safe and approved at the highest levels.
Well, that sounds thorough. Are these procedures voluntary?
These are mandatory for optimal Imperial functioning. Resistance indicates potential disloyalty, which would, of course, necessitate more comprehensive intervention. I'm sure a model Imperial broadcaster such as yourself understands the importance of complete cooperation with medical protocols.
Of course, complete cooperation. Speaking of Imperial-approved entertainment, it's time for some music to motivate our night shift workers. Here's the latest from Rhythms of the Empire. This is Precision Information by the Imperial Symphony Orchestra. Remember, these tracks are available for download to your authorized personnel devices. Command recommends them for enhanced productivity and synchronized thinking. Well, that was stirring, wasn't it? Nothing like a good march to keep you alert during these long night shifts. Okay, let's go back to the calls. Imperial Comm Line 7, you're live across the Death Star.
Operating number TP-138. Level 3 clearance. Morden, something's up with my wingman. We've flown together for 3 years. And since his minor injury treatment last week, he's different.
Different? How, pilot?
He's flying with perfect precision. And I mean perfect. He's like some simulation. His reaction time is incredible. But he doesn't laugh. At any of our usual jokes. Doesn't remember the time we buzzed that Star Destroyer. And yesterday he reported me for taking an unnecessary evasive maneuver during routine patrol. It was just a barrel roll.
Well, perhaps the medical droids finally removed that rebellious streak the Academy couldn't train out of him.
It's like flying with a different person wearing my friend's face. He speaks differently, all formal and precise. Kinda creeps me out a bit.
And that's enough creeps for me. Imperial Comm Line 7.
Operating number SW494, Level 1, clearance. Morden, you've got to help me make sense of this. It's the trash compactor in Sector 6. It's started to develop preferences.
Preferences? What? Do you mean preferences for trash?
Exactly. It keeps spitting back the food waste, but crushes the metal instantly. Yesterday, I fed it mixed garbage, and it sorted everything. Metal got crushed, organics got ejected. I think it's becoming a picky eater.
Perhaps you've discovered the Empire's first sentient waste management system. Have you tried offering it premium-grade scrap?
Martin, I'm not joking around here. Something's wrong with these systems. First the droids act strange, now is the compactors. Honestly, it's like the whole station is changing.
Well, I think that means it's time for an environment report. Current station conditions show sectors 1 to 7 maintaining optimal temperature with slight humidity adjustments. Atmospheric pressure has been increased in docking bays for incoming supply ships. And a reminder that those reported unusual odors near Sector 12 are related to authorized coolant changes, not as rumors suggest that there's escaped specimens from some lab. Personnel experiencing respiratory discomfort may report to medical stations 3, 5, or 9 for treatment. Medical Bay 7 is currently focused on scheduled personnel evaluations and not handling walk-ins. Okay, now let's get back to the calls. Imperial Comm Line 8, you're live on the Death Star.
Operator number DG-319. Level 4 clearance. Something strange is happening with the prisoners, Morton. Ever since those new medical droids visited the detention level, every single captive has been unnaturally calm. These are hardened rebels, smugglers who were spitting and fighting last week. Now they're sitting quietly, following every instruction perfectly.
Sounds like an improvement in prisoner management techniques.
It's not right, Morton. They all have the same blank expression, the same perfect posture. One prisoner was a notorious Rhodian with a cybernetic leg who constantly complained about pain. Now he moves like that leg is brand new. Doesn't mention discomfort at all.
Well, perhaps the medical droids adjusted his cybernetics.
I don't think so. His eyes are different. Everyone's eyes are different now. Like they're empty.
Okay, that's enough of that. So, Imperial Comm Line 9.
Operator number E9842. Level 4. Level 4 clearance, Morton. I need to report something about the new medical droids. Okay, my team is assigned to upgrade their power couplings last night. We found something unusual in the central processing core.
What kind of unusual, Engineer?
Their primary programming isn't Imperial Standard Code. It's something I've never seen before. Organic, synthetic, hybrid algorithms. And there's a secondary system that activates only during patient examination procedures. When we tried to access it, the security protocols locked us out, with an override code stamped with the Emperor's personal cipher.
The Emperor's personal cipher? That's highly classified.
Exactly. What's the Emperor doing programming medical droids? And there's more. The hardware itself It isn't standard either. These droids have components I've never encountered. Molecular manipulation arrays. Consciousness mapping nodes. Neural pattern replicators.
Those sound like very technical terms.
Well, because they're not really supposed to exist. This technology is decades beyond current Imperial science. It's like these droids aren't just examining patients. They're copying them somehow.
Copying them, that's a rather extreme conclusion.
Is it? 2 of my team were summoned to Medical Base 7 this morning for routine checks. I swear, Morton, they came back acting strange. Perfect posture. Speaking in complete sentences, no complaints about the double shift we were working. One of them was Jorik. You know how he always scratches his left ear when he's thinking? Now he doesn't. It's like watching someone doing a really good impression of him, but getting tiny details wrong. Oh no. I have to go, Morton. But listen to me. I'm telling the truth.
Okay, and now it's time for another word from our sponsors.
Is helmet hair ruining your off-duty appearance? Struggling to maintain that perfect Imperial cut during long shifts? Try Imperial Hair Care's Regulation Perfection, the only styling product engineered specifically for Imperial military personnel.
Our helmet-safe formula keeps your look regulation perfect even after 12 hours of active duty.
Not responsible if your hair gets stuck inside your helmet and it can't be removed. All suspicious discolorations should be reported immediately to Imperial Security.
Imperial Hair Care. When appearance matters, authenticity matters more.
And we are back. Okay, let's get straight to the calls. Imperial Comm Line 9.
Operator number SO-727, Level 5, clearance, Morton. I've been monitoring personnel movements as part of security protocols. We've noticed something odd about Medical Base 7. People enter, but there's no corresponding exit record in the system. It's like they vanish inside.
Perhaps it's simply a sensor malfunction. Those medical bay doors see heavy traffic.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. Until I checked the secondary systems. Same pattern. People go in, fewer come out. And those who do exit sometimes have different biometric readings than when they entered. Subtle changes. Height variance, centimeter out, slightly different gait analysis.
That's intriguing. I'm sure there's a reasonable explanation. Imperial Comm Line 10.
Operator number AD-442, Level 3, clearance. Morton, who designs these walkers? Man, my neck is permanently bent from looking down at everything. Can we get some kind of periscope system? Maybe a rear view mirror and the leg controls are murder on my lower back.
The price of having the high ground, driver.
Now look, I've submitted 17 design improvement suggestions. All rejected. One officer told me, and I'm quoting here, ergonomics is irrelevant to Imperial dominance. Try saying that after an 8-hour patrol when you can only see what's directly under your massive metal feet.
I'll make sure your suggestions reach the appropriate department. Imperial Comm Line 11.
Operating number CS 189. Level 4 clearance. Something strange is happening with personnel who visited Medical Base 7. They're all speaking differently, using oddly formal patterns, perfect Imperial diction. People who used to have accents now sound identical. It's like they're reading from the same script.
Perhaps they're finally taking communication protocols seriously.
No, it's more than that. They use the exact same phrases, the same cadence. Yesterday, 3 different officers from 3 different sectors all responded to a routine status check with identical wording. Not just similar, but word for word identical. That's statistically impossible. Oh no, I have to go. There's someone coming.
Fascinating observation. Let's take another caller. Imperial Comm Line 12.
Operating number DO251. Level 3 clearance. Morden, I think prisoners are tampering with my mind. You know, ever since we captured that bolt-on spy, I can't stop thinking about fur conditioner and tail grooming. I don't even have a tail. Though I kinda wish I had a tail.
Are you certain you haven't been spending too much time interrogating this particular prisoner?
I'm serious. I keep having these weird impulses to comb my non-existent fur. Yesterday I caught myself trying to order special brushes from supply. Something strange is happening on this station, man.
Perhaps it's time for a recreational break. Okay, that's enough fur chat. Imperial Comm Line 13.
Operating number QM 806. Level 5 clearance. Martin, I oversee supply requisitions from the medical department. Medical Bay 7 has been ordering some unusual items, shall we say. Increased power allocation. Specialized chemicals I've never requested before. And neural scanners. Typically used only in Imperial intelligent facilities.
I'm sure they have authorization for such equipment.
Exactly. That's just it, Martin. They do. Highest level clearance I've seen on medical requisitions. But hear this. Nothing in their official operation logs explains why they would need equipment designed for creating detailed neural maps or organic synthesis chambers.
Well, I'm afraid we'll have to leave that mystery for another time. Let's check in with some station news while we wait for our next caller. The biometric scanning systems at security checkpoints will be upgraded tomorrow between 6 and 1400 hours. During this time, facial recognition and retinal scans may be temporarily unavailable. Security will rely on manual ID verification, so please have your code cylinders ready. This upgrade is part of our ongoing efforts to detect any irregularities in personnel identification. Also, the recreation facilities in Sector 9 have been temporarily repurposed for additional medical examination space. All off-duty activities will now be conducted in designated common areas under supervision of security personnel. This is for your safety and comfort. And now a special announcement from High Command.
Effective immediately, all personnel are required to report any colleagues exhibiting unusual behavior or personality changes to the nearest security checkpoint. Examples include deviation from established routines, failure to recognize familiar protocols, excessive individuality, or perfect efficiency. Remember, vigilance is the hallmark of a loyal Imperial.
Now, let's hear from our sponsor before we take our next call.
Feeling the midnight shift drowsies? Need a pick-me-up that carries the authority of the dark side itself?
Vader's Finest Coffee, Midnight Shift Blend. Our darkest roast uses beans from the volcanic fields of Mustafar, guaranteeing to keep you as vigilant as the Dark Lord himself.
Side effects may include increased reporting of suspicious colleagues, enhanced devotion to Imperial protocols, decreased personal attachments, and occasional force-choking gestures.
Vader's Finest Coffee. Feel the power of the dark roast.
I'm feeling the power of that dark roast right now. Okay. Imperial Comm Line 14.
Operating number TK772, level 2 clearance. Morton, my helmet is giving me fashion advice. Is that a standard feature in the new models?
Fashion advice? I don't believe that's part of standard issue equipment, Trooper.
Well, it told me white armor with black boots is so last season, and I should try a splash of color. Then it suggested some kind of shoulder accessory. Is this supposed to critique my accessories?
Perhaps your helmet took some damage during your last deployment, or your head. I'd recommend a thorough diagnostic check.
All right, I'll try that. Though, it did have some good points about how a colored pauldron would really make my armor pop in combat situations.
Imperial Comm Line 15. You're live across the Death Star.
I can't give my operating number. They might be monitoring. I work in Medical Bay 7 with the new transfer droids. Morton, people need to know what's happening there.
What exactly is concerning you?
The transfer droids. They're not just performing medical procedures. They're creating perfect, organic duplicates of personnel using classified technology. These duplicates retain the original's memories, but have absolute loyalty programming embedded at a neural level.
That's a rather extraordinary claim.
I found a restricted area yesterday. A holding facility with original personnel kept in stasis. The duplicates replace them, and no one notices the difference. It started off with low-level staff, but now includes officers up to level 6 clearance. They're planning to... Someone's coming. I have to go. I'm sorry.
Well, that was certainly an interesting perspective. Perhaps our caller has been working too many consecutive shifts. Now, let's move on to some recreation advisories for off-duty personnel. The Hollow Projection Room in Sector 6 is now featuring the Victories of the Empire documentary series. Tonight's episode, I believe, is Subjugation of Kashyyyk. All personnel are reminded that the gymnasium equipment has been recalibrated for optimal performance development. And a special announcement, all personnel are encouraged to participate in voluntary recreational activities, rather than congregating in private quarters for unauthorized discussions. Now, I have a special musical treat for our listeners. Here's the track from a band that's becoming quite popular among our maintenance crews. They call themselves the Mechanical Replacements, and this is their new single, Identical but Better.
Like the empire, you march like a clone, but something's improved since that droid scan tone. The new Usus Vader, right down in the bone. Identical but better, completely redesigned. Same face, same name. Same face, same name. With an imperial mind. Identical but better, completely redesigned. Same face, same name. Same face, same name. With an imperial mind.
Oddly specific lyrics, wasn't it? But quite catchy. Certainly gets stuck in your head. Okay, Imperial Line 16.
Operating number GN109, level 1 clearance. Morden? Oh, Morden, I've created a crisis. I used the new floor polish in corridor 33, and it's too effective. People are sliding everywhere. I've created the galaxy's largest slip hazard.
Have you tried putting up warning signs?
3 officers have skated into the trash chute. Oh, I need help, but I'm afraid to walk across and get cleaning solvent. And as we speak, a squadron of stormtroopers are performing what looks like a synchronized sliding. They keep crashing into the walls.
Well, perhaps you inadvertently created the Death Star's first ice rink. I'll alert maintenance to your predicament. In the meantime, perhaps enjoy the rest of the show.
This isn't funny, Morton. The lieutenant just did a perfect split and is now stuck.
While our enthusiastic janitor deals with his slippery situation, let's hear from another sponsor.
Are mismatched uniforms compromising unit cohesion? Tired of squinting to determine rank in emergency situations?
Introducing identical Imperial uniforms with perfect match technology.
Our uniforms guarantee perfect consistency down to the last thread, engineered for optimal comfort, durability, and complete suppression of individuality.
Wearing non-regulation uniforms may indicate duplicate infiltration or rebellious tendencies. Report all uniform discrepancies immediately.
Identical Imperial uniforms, because standing out gets you noticed by rebel snipers and Imperial security forces.
You have to look good out there. Well, we're back. I think we have time for a couple more calls. Imperial Comm Line 21.
This is Officer LD 453. Security Oversight Division. Level 7. Clearance.
Welcome to Night Shift, Officer. What can I do for Imperial security this evening?
I'm calling to address these absurd rumors about Medical Base 7. Such conspiracy theories border on sedition.
To clarify for our listeners, you're saying there's nothing unusual happening with these new medical procedures?
Correct. These are standard Imperial health evaluations. Nothing more.
And the reports of personality changes?
Simply the result of proper Imperial medical care. If personnel are performing better and showing enhanced loyalty, that should be celebrated.
What about these unusual claims regarding personnel?
Utterly ridiculous. Now, speaking of medical procedures, I notice you've missed your scheduled evaluations, Morden.
Yes, well, my broadcast schedule.
No matter. The equipment maintenance performed in your studio last week was quite comprehensive. We collected everything we needed.
Everything you needed for what? Exactly.
Standard medical profiling, of course. What else? Though I must say, we've been monitoring your broadcasts with great interest. Your particular vocal patterns and mannerisms are quite distinctive.
Well, I appreciate the attention to detail.
The Empire values consistency, Morden, especially in communications. I imagine someone with your exact style would be very effective in this role.
Well, I like to think I'm uniquely qualified.
Uniqueness? Huh? Uniqueness is overrated, Morden. Replication of success is the Imperial way. I believe there's someone in your vicinity right now who would agree. Good evening, Morden.
Okay. Well, it seems we have time for one last call. Imperial Comm Line 22. You're live across the Death Star.
Hello, Morden. I believe it's time for us to meet.
Who is calling?
I'm you, of course. I've been studying your broadcasts to perfect the voice. Your speech patterns, your humor, your subtle inflections. I'm calling from just outside the studio door. I'll be taking over the show permanently.
That's quite an elaborate prank, caller.
No prank, I assure you. In approximately 3 minutes, I'll be sitting in your chair. The listeners won't notice any difference. The broadcast will continue without interruption. Only you and I will know the change. Your communication controls have been overridden. No one is coming to help you. But don't worry. The process is virtually painless.
Well, listeners, it seems we're experiencing some technical difficulties. Before we wrap up, remember that Imperial regulations require all personnel to question unusual procedures, even those with official authorization, and always verify the identity of anyone who seems different. This has been Night Shift Radio with Midnight Morden. I'll see you tomorrow night. Same as always. Exactly the same. Glory to the Empire.
This concludes our broadcast day. All personnel are reminded that reporting unusual behavior in colleagues is your Imperial duty. Consistency is victory. You're listening to Imperial Radio Network, Death Star Primary Channel, broadcasting across all sectors. The voice of Imperial Unity, DJ Midnight Morden.
Good evening, Empire. This is Night Shift Radio with Midnight Morden, broadcasting across all sectors of this magnificent station. 2,300 hours, and you're tuned to the only show that keeps the Imperial war machine running through the night. Okay, let's skip right to the calls. Imperial Comm Line 1, you're live across the Death Star.
Operator number TK-914, level 2 clearance. Morton? I've got a theory that's gonna blow your mind. Okay? The Death Star this far isn't spherical.
I beg your pardon, Trooper? The station we're all currently residing in isn't a sphere?
Think about it, Morton. Have you ever walked all the way around it? No, nobody has. It's too big. They want us to believe it's round. But I've been gathering evidence for months, okay, that suggests it's actually flat. Like a flat disc with painted curved edges.
You mean a flat Death Star theory? That's certainly a novel take on Imperial engineering.
The artificial gravity would pull us off a sphere. It must be flat. And those viewport images showing the curvature, they're all holograms. It's a massive cover-up from the highest levels of Imperial command.
Well, I'm sure Lord Vadel will be fascinated to hear about this conspiracy he's apparently a part of. And perhaps you could present your evidence at the next officer's briefing.
Believe me, Morton, I've tried. I've tried, man. They won't let me near the command level anymore. That just proves that I'm onto something, right? Right, Morton?
Yes, I'm sure that's right.
I've done the calculations, okay? If the Death Star were really a sphere, the curvature would mean we'd be walking uphill all the time, no matter which direction we went.
That's, not how spheres work.
And have you noticed how all the maps of the Death Star, all the maps are flat? Why would they represent a sphere with a flat map unless they're hiding something?
For the same reason we have flat maps of planets, I would imagine.
That's what they want you to think. I've started a discussion group. You're more than welcome, Warden. We meet in Storage Base 7 on alternate Tuesdays. We're called Troopers for Geometric Truth. You should come.
I think I have a scheduling conflict for all future Tuesdays. Moving on swiftly before anyone traces this call, Imperial Comm Line 2.
Operating number WO557, level 4 clearance. Morden, who designed the super laser targeting system? A drunk Jawa? It's the most counterintuitive interface I've ever used.
Strong words about our station's primary weapon, officer.
It takes 17 separate commands just to rotate the targeting dish. 17, and the control panel layout makes absolutely no sense. Critical targeting functions are hidden in submenus of submenus.
I'm sure the designers had their reasons.
And why are the targeting controls on physical switches when everything else is digital? I have to flip exactly 8 switches in precisely the right sequence or the whole system resets. The Rebellion probably has touchscreen targeting systems by now.
Perhaps we could suggest a user interface upgrade in the next budget cycle, though I imagine planet-destroying superweapon controls might be intentionally designed with a few fail-safes.
Morden, I submitted 27 improvement proposals already. They keep getting lost in processing.
I just want a simple targeting system that doesn't require 3 hands and a photographic memory.
Your dedication to efficiency is noted, officer. Let's see here. Imperial Comm Line 3. You're live across the Death Star.
Hey, Morden. Operating number MT557, level 3 clearance. Hey, Morden, I'm stuck in Maintenance Junction 42B on level 31. Power fluctuation caused the blast doors to seal and, well, I'm trapped. Trapped until someone can override the system.
Sounds like a less than ideal end to your shift, technician. How long have you been trapped in there?
Let's see here. About 40 minutes now. Reported it through proper channels, but, you know how maintenance requests go. Probably won't see anyone for hours. Figured I'd, pass the time by calling in.
Well, I'll alert security to your situation immediately. Any chance of manual overriding the door from your side?
Already tried that, I'm afraid. The auxiliary access panel is fried. Nothing to do but wait and listen to your show. Could be worse, right? Could be worse. At least the air circulation is still working, right?
Small mercies of Imperial engineering. Hang tight, technician. We'll make sure someone finds you before the end of the broadcast. Imperial Comm Line 4.
Operating number TK442, level 2 clearance. Warden, I need advice. My helmet is stuck. I can't get it off.
Stuck as in jammed, or stuck as in sealed by order of your superior officer?
It's jammed. Jammed. The internal release mechanism is completely broken. I've been wearing it for 3 days straight now.
3 days? Have you reported this to your unit commander?
I tried. They thought I was joking. Now it's been some kind of squad entertainment. The other troopers keep drawing rebel insignias on my helmet while I sleep.
I see. And how exactly are you eating?
Well, I had to modify a feeding tube to connect to a ration bar. It's humiliating, Martin. Yesterday I had to attend a full inspection like this. The officer thought I was making some kind of fashion statement.
Perhaps a visit to the maintenance droids might be in order. They have equipment for removing damaged armor components, I believe.
Listen, I've tried that too. The droid said removing the helmet without the proper release sequence would classify as damaging Imperial property, and filed a report against me.
The bureaucracy of the Empire truly knows no bounds. Hold the line, Trooper. I'll send a message to technical support on your behalf. Perhaps an emergency helmet extraction is in order. And that sound means we have a brief update on station conditions. We're seeing turbo lift delays in sectors 3 through 5 due to what operations is calling routine maintenance, though my sources suggest it might have something to do with last night's contraband bantha race through the main corridor. Environmental control reports unexplained gravity fluctuations in level 17 corridors. All personnel are advised to secure loose items, and as the memo colorfully puts it, prepare for unexpected floating. And a reminder from Station Command that personal repulsor lift beds remain prohibited, regardless of comfort claims or doctor's notes. Last officer caught with one has been reassigned to waste disposal duty on Mustafar. A harsh but effective lesson in regulation adherence. And now let's go to a break.
Stressed from enforcing galactic order, muscles tense from standing at attention for Imperial inspections. Come unwind at the soon-to-open Death Spa on level 22. Our trained professionals offer specialized treatments, including Stormtrooper helmet removal massages and Bacta-infused exfoliation to remove those unsightly blaster burn scars.
Enjoy our thermal regulation chambers, reverse gravity relaxation pools, and genuine imported Naboo mineral wraps. Show your operating number for 10% off your first visit. Even Lord Vader needs to relax sometimes.
And if you go to the opening of the Death Spa, you might see someone you know there. Okay, we are back. Let's take another call. Imperial Comm Line 1.
Operating number TP-889, Level 3 clearance. Well, Morton, just wanted to let your listeners know about the underground TIE Fighter Racing League we've got going in the outer defense perimeter.
I'm sorry, the what now? You realize this is an open broadcast monitored by Station Command?
Oh, no, they know. Half the participants are squadron leaders. We only do it during shift changes when no one's officially watching. 3 laps around the station's equatorial band through the maintenance scaffolding for extra points.
That sounds extraordinarily dangerous and against at least 17 Imperial regulations.
That's what makes it exciting. Our current champion is Lieutenant Veers. We call him Speedy Veers. Speedy Veers. He's modified his TIE with a custom thruster configuration that shouldn't be possible according to the engineering manuals.
I'm certain those modifications are completely authorized and documented in his fighter's maintenance log.
Oh, sure. Hey, we've got a big race coming up next cycle. Any chance you'd want to announce it? Your voice would add that professional touch.
I think I'll pass on being court-martialed this week, but thank you for the invitation.
Your loss. By the way, did you hear about what happened during last week's race? Commander Drex tried installing experimental fuel injectors, but forgot to recalibrate the intake valves?
I assume this story ends with a tragic yet regulation-violating explosion?
It's worse. His TIE started spewing this bright pink exhaust trail. Couldn't turn it off. Traced the entire Imperial logo across the station's northern hemisphere before running out of fuel. Station Command thought we were under attack from some kind of artistic terrorists.
And Commander Drex's current assignment?
Waste disposal duty on Hoth. Worth it, though. He's a legend now. We call him the artist in the racing circuit.
A cautionary tale for all aspiring TIE artists. Imperial Comm Line 2. You're live across the Death Star.
Hello. Just me again. MT-557. Still stuck in the junction. Any word on that rescue team there, Morton?
Let me just check here. That's the last update I've had. Says they're en route, technician, and should be with you shortly. How are you holding up in there?
Well, probably better than that TIE pilot will be when Command reviews this broadcast. That's nothing compared to the pod racer modifications they started doing in the maintenance bays last year, until that accident with the tractor beam.
I don't recall any pod racer incident in the maintenance bays. I'm pretty sure I would have heard about it.
Really? Well, it was all anyone talked about for weeks. That Rhodian mechanic, what was his name? What was his name? He nearly broke the speed record before he got caught in the tractor beam testing area. Took them days to scrape the pieces off the ceiling.
I'm fairly certain I would remember something like that.
Oh, that's strange. That's strange, Morton. Maybe you're
You're getting forgetful in your old age. Anyway, my data pad keeps acting up. It's like resetting and showing weird system readings. Probably the power fluctuations affecting the junction's electronics too.
Hang in there. Security should reach you soon. Okay, let's see here. Imperial Comm Line 3.
Operating number CS330. Level 2 clearance. Morning. I'm having a culinary crisis here in the officer's mess kitchen.
Culinary crisis? Did the protein synthesizer malfunction again?
No, it's worse. I've accidentally been serving the exact same meal for 47 days straight, and nobody's noticed. Not a single complaint or comment. I'm losing my mind here.
47 days? The exact same meal?
Standard gray protein loaf with vegetable supplement paste every single day. I ran out of regular ingredients 6 weeks ago, and I started improvising with whatever I could find in storage. I've been adding different food colorings just to see if anybody would notice.
And, no one has?
They keep coming back. Some officers, they even compliment me on the variety of the menu. I'm starting to think no one in this station has functional taste buds. I need new recipe ideas before I snap.
Perhaps try adding some blue milk coloring and calling it Rebel Slime Surprise. I hear novelty naming goes a long way in Imperial dining.
That's not a bad idea. Maybe I'll try crushed resistance casserole tomorrow. Thanks, Morton.
Always happy to contribute to Imperial morale. Okay, let's see. Imperial Comm Line 4. Imperial Comm Line 4, are you there?
Operator number MW221. Level 3 clearance. Morton, I've made a terrible mistake. I've lost a Star Destroyer. Oh, God.
I'm sorry, you've lost a Star Destroyer? The kilometer-long capital ship?
Yes. Oh, God. Oh, God. I was assigned to clean the viewports on Docking Bay 12. Star Destroyer was docked there, right, when my shift started, right? Well, I got distracted by a malfunctioning cleaning droid, and when I came back, it was gone. It was gone, man.
Perhaps it, departed on scheduled operations?
That's the thing. It wasn't scheduled to leave until the next cycle. I checked. Someone moved it early, and now I don't know where it is. Oh, do you lose something that big? I'm afraid to report it missing. I'm afraid.
I imagine a Star Destroyer is rather difficult to misplace permanently. Perhaps check with flight operations?
I can't do that. They'll know I wasn't monitoring it. I'm just hoping it turns up somewhere obvious. Do you think anyone would notice if I put it out in a station-wide announcement? Has anyone seen a missing Star Destroyer last seen in Docking Bay 12?
I suspect that might attract precisely the wrong kind of attention you're hoping to avoid. Perhaps check the other docking bays first. Large warships are typically challenging to conceal.
I've already checked 3 other bays. Nothing. What if someone stole it?
Stole a Star Destroyer from the Death Star? That would be rather ambitious.
It happened before, right? Remember that incident last year with the stolen shuttle that turned out to be inside another larger stolen shuttle?
I don't recall that particular security breach.
Well, it happened. Look, I'm desperate here. My shift ends in 2 hours, and I need to account for one Imperial Star Destroyer before that, or it's going on my permanent record.
Have you checked the maintenance logs? Perhaps there was a scheduling error.
Okay, I'm checking now. Oh my God. Oh, thank the Emperor. Oh, they moved into Base 17 for a surprise drill. It's been there the whole time. Oh, thank the Emperor. Thank God.
Crisis averted then.
No lifesaver, Morton. Now I just need to figure out how to explain why I was cleaning the viewports in Bay 12 when the Star Destroyer was in Bay 17.
That sounds like a problem for your creative writing skills. Good luck with that. Now, here's a word from our sponsors.
Tired of hearing blaster fire in your dreams? Can't stop thinking about that Wookiee attack during your last shore leave? Introducing Galaxy Calm, the first Empire-approved stress relief tablet that works in seconds.
After 3 years on the Outer Rim, I couldn't hold my blaster steady. Now, I'm the steadiest shot in my unit. Thanks, Galaxy Calm.
Galaxy Calm, because a calm trooper is an effective trooper.
And we're back. Okay, let's see here. Imperial Calm Line 1. You're live on Night Shift Radio.
I'm not sure of my clearance level. I'm not actually stationed on the Death Star. Name's Jorvis. Cargo pilot from Corellia. I think I'm very, very lost.
Lost? How exactly does one accidentally find oneself at the Empire's most secure military installation?
I was making a routine supply run to Coruscant. Took a wrong turn at the Kessel system. Got some kind of hyperspace anomaly. And next thing I know, I'm being tractor beamed into what someone's telling me is the Death Star.
That's quite a navigational error.
Tell me about it. And now I'm stuck in docking bay 7 with, 200 crates of Jawa juice that were supposed to be delivered to the Senate District 3 hours ago. Any chance anyone on this station wants to buy them before they go bad? I'm offering a special please don't arrest me discount.
I imagine there might be some interest in the officers' lounge.
I'd settle for enough credits to fix my Navi computer. The technicians here say it's showing coordinates that don't exist in any known star chart. That can't be good.
Our technical teams are very thorough if they say coordinates don't exist. They likely don't exist.
But I followed them here. And my ship's log shows I've been to 14 other destinations than they're claiming don't exist. I've been delivering to the Minos cluster for years.
Perhaps a more thorough inspection of your Navi computer is in order.
Oh, yeah. They're already doing that, brother. One of the techs got really excited, called in some science officer. Last I heard, they were arguing about interdimensional navigation and parallel galactic structures. I just want to deliver my Jawa juice and get back home.
Well, I'll pass on your predicament to Quartermaster Services. Perhaps they might be interested in your cargo. Okay, Imperial Comm Line 2, you're live on the Death Star.
All right, guess who? Guess who? We're like old mates now, Morton. MT557 checking in again. Still trapped. But yeah, I'm just suppose I'm entertaining myself by listening to your other callers. Wait, is that Jorvis, the Jawa juice guy?
You know our lost cargo pilot?
Well, yeah. Yeah, know him. Everybody knows Jorvis. His wrong delivery turned into that Cantina Supplies franchise. Best Jawa juice distributor in the Empire. Their flagship store on Coruscant has lines around the block.
I'm not familiar with any such Jawa juice franchise.
What? Really? They're everywhere. Ha! Their slogan is "We got lost, so you don't have to." Clever marketing based on his original mishap.
Perhaps it's a regional chain that hasn't reached this sector yet.
Maybe, yeah. Maybe. It's strange. Hey, any update on that rescue team, Morton? Power fluctuations are getting worse in here.
They should be reaching you any moment now. Okay, Imperial Comm Line 3.
Operating number OF115, level 5, clearance. Morton, I can't take it anymore. Complete lack of turbolift etiquette on this station is driving me to the brink of insanity.
Turbolift etiquette? People not waiting for others to exit before attempting to enter.
Absolute chaos. Yesterday, I was nearly trampled on by 6 stormtroopers who forced their way in while I was trying to step out. I had to ride down 14 levels and back up again.
A frustrating experience, to be sure.
Well, I've drafted a 47-page proposal for proper Imperial turbo protocols, including illustrated diagrams and a 3-strike disciplinary system culminating in Sarlacc pit duty for repeat offenders.
That seems perhaps disproportionate.
It's basic courtesy. We're running an empire here, not a Mos Eisley cantina. I've submitted my proposal to Lord Vader directly. I'm sure he'll see the logic in my approach.
You submitted a 47-page turbo etiquette manual to Lord Vader?
Yes, and included my personal comm code for his questions or comments.
Well, I wish you the very best of luck with that initiative.
I've also implemented my own interim solution while waiting for official approval.
What kind of solution?
I've been standing outside the main command level turbolift during shift changes with a datapad, recording violations and informing offenders they've been added to my list.
Your list?
Yes, my list. My list of notable turbolift transgressors. I've already documented 342 violations in just 3 days. I show them their name on the list and everything.
And how are your fellow officers responding to this initiative?
Some seem confused, but most have started taking alternative routes or stairs when they see me coming. Proof that the system works.
Or proof that they're avoiding you entirely. Have you considered that your approach might be slightly intimidating?
Intimidation is a perfectly acceptable motivational tool in the Imperial Handbook, Section 13, Paragraph 4.
Of course. Do let us know if you hear back from Lord Vader. Okay. Imperial Comm Line 4.
Operating number TK-603. Level 2 clearance, Morton. Alright. I've made a spiritual discovery. It's gonna change the Empire forever.
Is that so, Trooper?
Yeah. That creature in the trash compactor. The Dianoga. It's not just an aquatic pest. It's a divine being. I was doing maintenance duty down there last week when I had a vision.
A vision? A vision in the trash compactor?
Its tentacle reached out and touched my helmet. And suddenly,
I understood everything. The Dianoga is the physical manifestation of the Force's will. It consumes our waste to teach us about the transient nature of material possessions.
I believe that's called doing its biological function, but do continue.
Well, I've started a worship group. Dianoga Disciples. We already have 14 members meeting in secret near the waste disposal area. We meditate on the meaning of waste and occasionally offer it choice scraps from the officer's mess.
While I admire your spiritual enthusiasm, I feel compelled to remind you that unauthorized religious gatherings are against Imperial protocol, particularly those centered around worshipping creatures that live in garbage.
That's just what the non-believers say. Dianoga knows all and sees all through the station's plumbing system. It's only a matter of time before it reveals its wisdom to everyone.
I'll be sure to keep an eye on my refresher then.
We've even developed our own greeting ritual. When two believers meet in the corridors, one says, "The waste is eternal," and the other responds, "But the Dianoga recycles." Then we do this, tentacle wiggling hand gesture.
Fascinating. And, what does your unit command think of your spiritual awakening?
Well, I haven't exactly told him yet. But I've been leaving Dianoga literature in the barracks. Little pamphlets. No, just little small pamphlets titled "The Garbage Will Set You Free" and "Tentacles of the Truth" and, stuff like that.
I'm sure those are being received with appropriate Imperial enthusiasm.
Most of them end up in the trash compactor, which is perfect, actually. They go right to the Dianoga. It's all part of the cycle.
Your dedication to recycling is commendable, if misguided. And now, some unusual occurrences reported across the station in the past cycle. Security has reported unexplained boot prints on the ceiling in Corridor 12B. Gravity systems have been checked and are functioning normally, raising questions about how they got there in the first place. Several officers have reported their uniforms mysteriously shrinking overnight. Quartermaster services suggest this may be related to recent increase in dessert portions in the officers' mess, rather than any uniform malfunction. Cafeteria dispensers on level L5 have been randomly serving Carillion ale instead of nutritional supplements during the morning shift. Strangely, attendance at early briefings has increased by 64% in that sector. And finally, security reports a single mouse droid traveling the station playing what appears to be a Twi'lek dance music at high volume. The droid has evaded capture for 6 days now, with some personnel claiming it can move through walls. Maintenance suggests this is technically impossible, but nonetheless have been unable to explain its continued evasion. We've just received a station-wide alert that the aforementioned mouse droid has now acquired a small following of other mouse droids, all playing synchronized music and traveling in what witnesses described as a conga line formation through the officers' quarters. Security advises all personnel not to engage with the droids directly, as several capture attempts have resulted in what one officer described as involuntary dance-offs. And we're just getting another update here. The droid conga line has now entered the main hangar bay and is apparently attempting to choreograph a TIE fighter launch sequence to the rhythm of their music. Flight control is surprisingly impressed with the precision. And now, back to your calls. Imperial Comm Line 1, you're live on the Death Star.
I guess, yes, operating number. Bloody hell, what is it again? Operating number OF332, level 4 clearance. Morden, I've made a terrible mistake in the personal care department.
This sounds concerning yet intriguing. Please elaborate.
Well, I was in a rush this morning and accidentally used droid lubricant as hair gel. My hair is now permanently slicked back and slightly metallic.
That's certainly an innovative grooming approach.
On the plus side, I haven't needed to reapply in 3 weeks. It's completely weatherproof and doesn't move even during high-speed TIE fights.
Well, it's a silver lining to your situation then.
But there is a downside. I can't get within 5 meters of any droid without them trying to refill their lubricant reservoirs from my head. 3 maintenance droids followed me to the mess hall yesterday. One tried to dip its appendage in my hair during an officer's briefing.
Have you consulted the medical droids about removal options?
Yes, I tried. The medical droid started buffing its joints with my fringe. I had to be physically separated. Now I'm wearing a containment hood in public.
Perhaps this will start a new trend in Imperial fashion.
It gets worse, Morden. It gets worse. This morning I woke up to find an astromech droid had somehow entered my quarters while I was sleeping. He was just standing there, staring at my head, and when I asked what it wanted, it just made this weird cooing sound and rolled closer.
That does sound rather unsettling.
To be honest, I'm kind of at my wit's end, Morden. I'm kind of at my wit's end. I tried everything. Solvents, sonic showers, even that industrial strength cleaner. Even the industrial strength cleaner they use on TIE fighter entrance. Nothing works. My hair just absorbs it all and gets shinier.
Have you considered a career change to droid maintenance? Your unique condition might be viewed as an asset in that department.
You know, that's not a bad idea. At least the droids would be supposed to be around me then, and I could charge for lubricant refills.
The entrepreneurial spirit of the Empire remains strong. Imperial Comm Line 2?
Guess who? Guess who, Morden? MT557 again. Yes, there's something weird is happening in this junction. The maintenance terminal just rebooted itself and is showing completely different system logs.
Different how, technician?
It's showing maintenance records I've never seen before, repairs I've never performed, system upgrades that don't really exist, and all the timestamps are wrong.
I've sent another message to the rescue team. They're having some trouble locating Junction 42B on their schematics.
It doesn't make sense. It's been here since the station expansion.
What expansion? The station was just completed about 6 months ago.
It's very funny, Morden. The northeastern quadrant expansion was completed over 2 years ago. The secondary weapon system array, the additional habitat rings, there was a massive project.
There is no expansion plan for the northeastern quadrant.
Morden, What's today's date? The full Imperial date.
It's Imperial Date 35-1409.
That's impossible. That date was 3 years ago. Today is Imperial Date 38-1409.
You mean you're calling from 3 years in the future?
That can't be right. But it would explain why no one has found me. In your time, this junction might not even exist yet.
The power fluctuations changing again. Something's happening to the comm system, Morgan.
Krell? Krell, are you there? Well, we appear to have lost contact with Technician Krell. We'll try to re-establish communication. To the future, it seems. Imperial Comm Line 3, you're live on the Death Star.
Operating number JN203, level 1 clearance. Morgan, quick question. Do you know where they're storing the industrial strength floor cleaner these days? Someone spilled an entire container of hydraulic fluid outside the officers' quarters, and the standard cleaner just isn't cutting it.
I believe maintenance supply moved it to level 19, section C.
Great. That's all I needed. Keep up the good work with the show.
Security team, please confirm your location status regarding maintenance junction 42B on level 31.
Sir, we've thoroughly searched level 31. There is no junction 42B. According to station schematics, that section doesn't exist.
Run a cross-reference on personnel records for maintenance technician operating number MT557.
No current personnel match that operating number, sir. The last MT557 was reassigned to the Fondor shipyards nearly a year ago.
Could there be some kind of temporal anomaly at work? The technician mentioned a station expansion that hasn't happened yet.
Sir, temporal anomaly? Should I contact Science Division?
No, not yet. Just, keep this conversation between us for now. I'll file a full report after the broadcast.
Understood, sir, though there is one strange thing.
What's that?
Preliminary construction plans for a northern eastern quadrant expansion were just approved by High Command yesterday. Classified level 5. Construction isn't scheduled to begin for another 6 months.
Thank you, officer. Continue standard security rounds. Well, that concludes another night of calls here on Night Shift. This has been an unusual broadcast, as always. Remember that strange occurrences should be reported through proper channels. Reactor efficiency remains at optimal levels, and all systems seem nominal. Tomorrow's duty rotations have been posted to the central database. Level 14 through 19 will be conducting standard pressure tests, so expect some mild atmospheric fluctuations. This has been Midnight Morden, reminding you that the only thing we have to fear is falling behind on our productivity quotas. Glory to the Empire, and good night.
This concludes our broadcast. Glory to the Empire. You're listening to Imperial Radio Network, Death Star Primary Channel, broadcasting across all sectors. The voice of Imperial Unity, KJ Midnight Morden.
Good evening, Empire. This is Night Shift with Midnight Morden, broadcasting live from a very special location tonight. 2300 hours, and you're tuned to the only show that keeps the Imperial war machine running through the night. And tonight I'm coming to you from the soon-to-open Death Star Wellness Initiative, which some personnel have already nicknamed the Death Spa. Before we begin taking your calls, tonight it's not just me. I'm joined by the director of this impressive new facility, Director Dara Vax. Director, welcome to Night Shift.
Thank you for having me, Morden.
I'm sorry, Director. Can you just lean closer to the mic?
Yes, of course.
Thank you for having me, Morden. Though I must immediately correct that unofficial terminology. This is not a spa. This is the Death Star Wellness Initiative, a critical operational support facility designed to maximize Imperial personnel performance through evidence-based physiological optimization techniques. The use of colloquial terms like spa undermines the scientific foundation of our work. Of course, my apologies, Director. Perhaps you could tell our listeners about your background and what led to the creation of this optimization facility. I served 15 years in Imperial Medical Corps, advancing to Chief of Performance Optimization for the 7th Fleet. My research on neurophysiological response management among TIE fighter pilots under combat conditions caught the attention of Imperial High Command. When my protocols reduced pilot loss by 42%, my academic focus was neurophysiological response calibration in high-pressure environments, with particular emphasis on extended combat scenarios. I have published 16 papers on neural pathway manipulation in the Imperial Journal of Medical Sciences. That sounds intense. What brought you to the Death Star specifically? Well, when productivity issues arose during Death Star completion phase, statistics indicated that we would miss critical deadlines due to personnel limitations. I was reassigned to develop this initiative as a direct intervention to ensure project completion. The construction team was experiencing unacceptable levels of neural strain, resulting in decreased cognitive function and physical performance. My initial assessment identified 17 distinct stress patterns that required immediate intervention. And how did you address these stress patterns? We implemented prototype versions of what are now standard optimization protocols. The results were immediate and measurable. Worker productivity increased by 34% within the first week. Error rates dropped by 62%. Construction deadlines were met with 99.7% compliance. The data spoke for itself. So, this facility here is designed to improve efficiency across all Death Star operations. Precisely. The amount of personnel operating in close quarters under significant pressure, maintaining peak operational efficiency is critical to the Empire's objectives. We presented Grand Moff Tarkin with a detailed analysis, demonstrating that for every credit invested in preventative wellness protocols, we saved the Empire 5.7 credits in lost productivity, medical leaves, and replacement training. The economic argument was irrefutable, and Grand Moff Tarkin was immediately supportive. It was not an easy approval process. We had to demonstrate significant ROI projections across multiple operational scenarios. The facility was approved only after extensive cost-benefit analysis and verification of preliminary results. Between us, I suspect he was convinced after developing that eye twitch during the final construction phase when 3 key engineers collapsed from neural strain. That must have delayed the project timeline. The Death Star was completed on schedule, but the incident demonstrated the potential efficiency impact of personnel limitations. The Empire understands that while equipment can be replaced, trained personnel represent a significant investment. This facility helps protect that investment. Personnel are assets that require maintenance, just like any other Imperial resource. I see. And what kind of maintenance do these personnel assets require? Our facility offers a comprehensive suite of optimization protocols addressing physical, neural, and psychological function. The Physical Optimization Center addresses musculoskeletal alignment to improve posture, reduce strain injuries, and enhance combat readiness. The neural calibration chambers target specific cognitive pathways to enhance focus, decision-making, and stress response. The Psychological Adjustment Suite ensures proper alignment with Imperial objectives while eliminating distracting emotional responses. Eliminating emotional responses? Did I hear that right? That sounds rather invasive. Not at all. We simply optimize neural pathways to prioritize logical processing over inefficient emotional reactions. I'll give you an example. A stormtrooper who hesitates before firing due to empathic response is operating at suboptimal efficiency. Our protocols ensure that such inefficiencies are corrected.
Welcome to your journey to optimal performance. I have foreseen it.
I'm sorry, Director, was that the Emperor's voice on the tannoy? Yes. The Emperor himself recorded several motivational announcements for our facility. It's quite an honor. They'll play at regular intervals throughout the day to inspire our personnel toward peak performance. His voice has distinctive neural resonance patterns that enhance receptivity to optimization protocols. I'm sure that will be motivating. Well, let's take our first call. Imperial Comm Line 1, you're live across the Death Star.
Operating number TK914, level 2 clearance. Hey Morton, Director Vax. I have a question about this facility. I keep hearing rumors that certain treatments are going to be mandatory. Is that true? Like, some of my squad mates receive notifications ordering them to report to your facility, but I haven't got one yet.
The term mandatory is imprecise. Based on performance analytics, certain personnel whose efficiency metrics fall below established thresholds will be prescribed optimization protocols. These are not treatments. That terminology implies luxury. These are performance enhancement procedures necessary for continued optimal Imperial service. I see, so if someone's performance slips, they will be helped to improve. For the good of the Empire, it's no different than requiring maintenance for a malfunctioning blaster, or recalibration for an inaccurate targeting system.
But, we're not equipment, you know, like, we're people.
You are Imperial assets, and like all assets, you must function at peak efficiency. Your operating number has been logged, TK914. You'll be receiving your optimization notification shortly. How do you determine who needs these optimization protocols? All personnel on the Death Star undergo regular performance assessments. These metrics are cross-referenced with established Imperial efficiency standards. Anyone falling below 87% of expected performance in their division will receive a notification for initial assessment at our facility. This is simply good resource management. And what percentage of personnel typically fall below this threshold? Currently, approximately 23% of Death Star personnel are operating below optimal efficiency parameters. Of those, 84% show significant improvement after just 3 optimization sessions. The remaining 16% require more intensive protocols. And what happens to those who don't respond to the standard protocols? Well, they receive specialized attention in our deep optimization chambers. I'm pleased to report a 99.8% success rate in returning these subjects to acceptable performance levels. The remaining 0.2% are reassigned to duties better suited to their capabilities. Reassigned where exactly? That information is classified above your clearance level, Morton. But rest assured, the Empire wastes nothing. All right, let's take another call. Imperial Comm Line 2, you're live on the air.
Operating number OF332, level 4 clearance. Director Vax. I'm part of the new bridge crew, and we work 16-hour shifts during combat operations. will there be special protocols for those of us who can't take regular breaks?
Excellent question. Well, we've developed specialized micro-optimization sessions specifically for command personnel. These are high-efficiency protocols that deliver 87% of standard benefits in just 22% of the standard time. We understand that command staff cannot be absent during critical operations. The Empire's needs always come first.
And how long would one of these micro-sessions take?
For the bridge crew, we've calibrated the protocols to exactly 18 minutes, the precise duration proven to maximize neural recovery, without excessive time away from duty. Sessions can be scheduled during your standard meal break.
Wait a minute, during meal breaks? But when would we eat?
Nutrient deficiency is part of our protocol. We've found that personnel who undergo our treatments require 22% less calories while maintaining optimal performance. It's quite an efficiency gain. Additionally, we offer specialized nutrient tablets that can be consumed while standing at your post. Full digestion and nutrient absorption in under 4 minutes.
What, so no actual food from the canteen? Just tablets?
Food is an inefficient delivery system for biological fuel. Our tablets eliminate unnecessary pleasure responses associated with eating, allowing you to focus entirely on your duties. Consider the time saved. Well, that's certainly efficient. Okay, now it's time for a brief message from one of our sponsors.
Are you haunted by the screams of the planets you've helped destroy? Can't sleep because you keep remembering the faces of civilians caught in Imperial crossfire?
Conscience Mufflers are the galaxy's first Empire-approved thought suppression earplugs. These revolutionary devices don't just block sound, they block those inconvenient moral quandaries altogether.
Conscience Mufflers. When serving the Empire gives you uncomfortable feelings.
And welcome back to Night Shift. I'm here with Director Vax in the Death Star Wellness Initiative. Director, let's discuss some specific services your facility offers. What would you say is your most popular protocol? Our neural pathway recalibration protocol for command staff has shown the most significant operational impact. We're seeing a 47% improvement in sustained focus capacity and a 32% reduction in command decision response time. The techniques focus on nerve pathway efficiency and alignment, particularly in the cervical and upper thoracic regions. These improvements translate directly to battlefield superiority. That sounds pretty technical to someone like me. Could you explain in simpler terms what a person might experience during one of these sessions? Yes, the subject would recline in one of our calibration chambers while precision sonic emitters target specific neural pathways. These emitters were originally developed for Imperial interrogation and repurposed for our therapeutic applications. The feeling is described as a pleasant tingling sensation, followed by enhanced mental clarity. Some subjects report mild disorientation immediately following treatment, but this is merely the brain adjusting to its optimized state. Director, you just mentioned that these were adapted from interrogation technology. the Empire's resources are applied with maximum efficiency. A technology developed for one purpose often has applications in others. The underlying principle of targeted neural stimulus remains consistent. Are these procedures painful? Pain is an inefficient response that we calibrate out of the experience. Subjects might experience temporary discomfort during initial sessions as their neural pathways resist optimization, but this rapidly diminishes as compliance increases. By the third session, most subjects report no discomfort whatsoever because they've been optimized not to feel it. Precisely. Pain serves no purpose in an optimized system. Yes, efficiency is key in all operations, of course. Well, let's take another call. Imperial Comm Line 3.
Operator number TP-889, level 3 clearance. I'm a TIE pilot, and I've been experiencing some severe neck pain after long patrols. Will your facility address issues like this?
Absolutely. TIE pilots experience unique neurophysical stress patterns due to the combination of G-forces, extended focus requirements, and combat pressure. We've developed specialized sonic treatment chambers calibrated to your specific duty requirements. Each session is tailored to the individual pilot's physiology and performance parameters.
And, can I just ask, how long would each typical session take, roughly?
For TIE pilots, we've optimized the protocol to exactly 47 minutes. The precise duration proven to maximize neural recovery without excessive time away from duty. We've analyzed the specific neural strain patterns experienced in TIE cockpits, and we've developed countermeasures that not only eliminate pain but enhance reaction time by 0.32 seconds, a critical margin in combat scenarios.
I've heard rumors that some pilots experienced unusual side effects after you've done some test sessions. One pilot in my squadron claims he could, what did he say? He said he could taste colors. Yeah, he could taste colors for like several hours after treatment.
Anecdotal reports of perceptual anomalies are greatly exaggerated. Any mild effects are temporary adaptations as the neural pathways align to optimal configuration. They're simply a sign that the treatment is working.
All right, well, another pilot said he couldn't remember his home planet after 3 sessions. Is memory loss normal?
We don't lose memories. We simply reorganize priority access to information. Combat-relevant memories are enhanced, while distracting personal memories are properly categorized as non-essential. This improves reaction time and decision-making under pressure.
So, let me get this right. You're saying you do alter our memories?
We optimize information access. Anything that interferes with peak performance is deprioritized. Well, let's take another call here. Imperial Comm Line 4.
Operating number OF 0115, level 5 clearance. I have a somewhat embarrassing question. I tend to perspire excessively during inspections, especially when Lord Vader is present. Do you have anything that might help with that?
Autonomic nervous system regulation is one of our specialities. Our thermoregulatory control protocols have shown a 74% reduction in stress-related perspiration. We combine precision sonic treatments with specialized Bacta-infused compression garments worn under your uniform. The results are immediately noticeable.
Are there any side effects?
Some subjects report mild emotional detachment for 2 to 3 hours following treatment. This is actually considered a beneficial outcome, as emotional responses are often inefficient in an Imperial context. Fear, for instance, triggers autonomic responses that waste energy and cloud judgment.
Emotional detachment sounds helpful, actually. Especially during Vader's inspections. Last month I was so nervous during his visit I dropped my data pad. He just looked at me. I thought I was going to be force choked on the spot.
Precisely. Fear is inefficient. We optimize it away. After our treatment, you could stand before Lord Vader with your perfect composure, regardless of the circumstances. Your performance would remain unaffected by his presence.
That sounds perfect. How soon can I schedule a session?
I've noted your operating number. You'll receive priority scheduling for regulation protocol. Report tomorrow at 0730 hours. Well, I'm sure many officers will appreciate that service.
Let the relaxation flow through you. It gives you focus, makes you stronger. With each treatment, your loyalty grows clearer.
He has such an oddly soothing voice, doesn't he? Well, it's time for another message from our sponsors.
Are you suffering from helmet hair during Imperial inspections? Stormtrooper's Secret Helmet Hair Solution is your answer. Our revolutionary formula prevents flat spots and awkward ridges after hours of deployment. The special polymer blend creates a protective shield while maintaining proper ventilation. Stormtrooper's Secret. Look your best while crushing the rebellion.
And we're back. I still have Director Vax of the Death Star Wellness Initiative with me. Now, Director, there have been rumors that Lord Vader himself has toured your facility. Is there any truth to that? Lord Vader has indeed inspected our facility as part of standard operational review procedures. He expressed interest in our respiratory optimization protocols. His unique life support requirements present fascinating optimization challenges. I see. And will high-ranking officials like Lord Vader be using the facility regularly? All scheduling information regarding high-ranking Imperial personnel is classified. I can only say that our facility is equipped to accommodate all members of the Imperial hierarchy with appropriate security protocols. We have developed specialized chambers with enhanced privacy features for our most distinguished visitors. I imagine Lord Vader would require special accommodations given his unique situation. We have created a suite of treatments specifically calibrated to interface with advanced life support systems. Theoretically, even individuals with extensive cybernetic enhancements could benefit from our protocols. Theoretically, as I said, scheduling information for high-ranking officials is classified. But I can confirm that we have received inquiries from several members of the Imperial High Command regarding our services. Understood, Director. Okay, let's take another call. Imperial Comm Line 1.
Yeah, operating number QM441, level 3 clearance. Director, how's it going? I'm part of the Quartermaster Corps, and I've noticed some unusual equipment being delivered to your facility. Now, things that look more like interrogation devices than wellness equipment, to be honest. Now, can you explain that to me?
I believe you're referring to our precision neural stimulus equipment. The technology was originally developed for multiple applications within the Empire, and has been adapted specifically for our therapeutic purposes. The underlying principle of targeted neural stimulus remains consistent across applications.
No, that's not what I meant. I'm talking about the restraint systems. Yeah? Being installed in the relaxation chambers. Standard medical equipment doesn't typically include reinforced Durasteel restraints with force-resistant properties.
Some of our more intensive optimization protocols can trigger involuntary muscle responses. Stabilization systems you refer to are merely safety precautions to prevent subjects from injuring themselves during treatment. Subject safety is a priority for the Empire.
And what about the memory wipe units? I processed those myself last week. 6 top-of-the-line ISB memory modification units, specifically requested by your department.
I believe you've misinterpreted the equipment manifests. We use neural pathway reinforcement technology that may superficially resemble other Imperial devices. They are, however, entirely different in application and purpose. I would suggest you be more careful about spreading misinformation about Imperial facilities. Quartermaster QM441, such behavior could indicate a need for optimization yourself.
I was just asking a question.
And I've answered it. Report to the facility tomorrow at 0600 hours for assessment. Your work performance suggests optimization would be beneficial. Well, safety first, of course. Well, let's move on here to Imperial Comm Line 2. You're live across the Death Star.
Operating number, TK442, level 2 clearance. Hey, Morden. First-time caller here. Director Vax, I guess need some advice. My helmet is kinda stuck. I can't get it off. The internal release mechanism is completely broken. I've been wearing it for about 3 days now. Can your, facility help with this kind of thing?
That's not precisely what our facility is designed for. But our physical recalibration specialist, Krill, does have experience with armor malfunctions. I would suggest visiting our emergency intake when we open tomorrow.
Thank the Emperor. I've been drinking through a straw for days. The other troopers keep drawing rebel insignias on my helmet while I sleep.
That sounds highly uncomfortable. How are you eating?
I had to modify a feeding tube to connect to my ration bars. It's humiliating, Morden. Yesterday, I had to attend a full inspection like this. The officer thought I was making some kind of fashion statement.
I should mention that we've developed specialized protocols for stormtrooper armor interfacing. Many troopers report tension patterns from extended armor wear. Our treatments address these specific pressure points while improving posture and reaction time. We've measured a 17% increase in blaster accuracy following the optimization.
Yeah, that's great, but, can you just get this helmet off first?
We'll address your immediate concern and then discuss optimization opportunities. Good luck with that, Trooper. Well, let's take another call. Imperial Comm Line 3.
Operating number JN203, level 1 clearance. Quick question. I'm a maintenance worker, and I've been assigned to clean the facility after hours. Now, should I use the standard Imperial cleaners, or do you require special solutions for your equipment?
Our standard equipment requires specialized non-reactive cleaning compounds. Standard Imperial cleaners could damage the calibration of our neural equipment and Bacta-infused systems. Report to the Senior Administrator Talia before beginning your duties for proper instruction. She will provide the appropriate materials and detailed cleaning protocols.
There was also something about not entering certain restricted areas, even for cleaning. The deep optimization chambers, I think they were called.
Yeah, those areas are restricted to level 5 clearance, personnel only. They contain highly sensitive equipment calibrated for our most intensive optimization protocols. Disrupting those calibrations could have severe consequences.
Right. What kind of consequences?
The kind that would require you to become a subject rather than a maintenance worker. I strongly advise following all posted security protocols. Deep optimization chambers are cleaned only by specially trained droids with appropriate programming.
One of the technicians mentioned something about memory containment fields in those chambers. What exactly are you containing in there?
That technician was clearly misinformed and spreading inappropriate speculation. I'll need their name and operating number for correction.
I don't remember who it was. It's just something I overheard in the mess hall.
I see. Well, to clarify, our facility deals with neural optimization, not memory manipulation. Any terminology suggesting otherwise is incorrect and should be reported immediately. Sound advice for all Imperial personnel. Attention to detail is critical in all Imperial operations. Imperial Comm Line 4.
Operating number MT557, level 3 clearance. Director Vax. I've been assigned to maintain the sonic treatment chambers, but the technical manuals seem incomplete. Specifically, there's no information about the maximum intensity settings or the emergency shutdown procedures.
Those settings are restricted information. The equipment should never be operated above level 3 for standard optimization protocols. Levels 4 and 5 are reserved for special cases. As for emergency shutdown, there should be no scenario in which that would be necessary. The protocols are designed to complete their full cycle.
I see, but, what if a subject has an adverse reaction? Shouldn't there be some sort of safety overrides?
Our preliminary screening process ensures that subjects are compatible with the treatments. Adverse reactions are statistically insignificant. In the rare case of unexpected response, medical droids are programmed to intervene with appropriate countermeasures.
Well, I actually found some notes about memory adjustment protocols in the system. Is that part of the wellness treatments too?
Those are experimental protocols, still under development. They're not currently in use in our facility. I'll need your name and operating number again to ensure you receive the correct documentation.
Actually, I think I've got it figured out now. Thanks anyway.
Trace that call immediately. Security team to monitor all exits from maintenance level 3.
You don't know the power of proper alignment. Join me, and together we can straighten your spine. Your journey towards Imperial perfection is inevitable.
Yes, that's very relaxing. And now it's time for a final sponsor message before we wrap up.
Are you worried about failing your mandatory Imperial Fitness assessment? The Imperial March Fitness Tracker is your solution. This revolutionary device plays the Imperial March faster as you approach your target heart rate. It monitors your vital signs and reports directly to your commanding officer. The Imperial March Fitness Tracker, because your health is the Empire's business.
And we're back. Now, we're in our final segment with Director Vax of the Death Star Wellness Initiative. Director, when does this facility officially open? We begin our operations at 0600 hours tomorrow. Initial sessions will prioritize command staff and flight crew, with general personnel access following a precise scheduling algorithm developed by our administrative team. Certain personnel have already received mandatory attendance notifications. We expect to process approximately 200 subjects during our first operational cycle. How were these initial subjects selected? Based on comprehensive performance analytics and psychological profiling. We've identified individuals who will benefit most immediately from our protocols, as well as those whose improved performance will have cascading positive effects throughout their divisions. We've also prioritized individuals displaying concerning thought patterns or excessive emotional responses that could impact Imperial efficiency. I'm sorry, concerning thought patterns? What exactly does that mean? Questions about Imperial policy, excessive communications with home worlds, inappropriate emotional attachments to fellow personnel. These are all indicators of inefficient cognitive processes that can be optimized through our protocols. What would you say to those who might be hesitant about these procedures? Hesitation indicates a misunderstanding of the Imperial mission. These are not optional luxury treatments. They are scientifically validated performance optimization protocols that directly enhance Imperial operational efficiency. Resistance to improvement is resistance to Imperial progress. Those who express reluctance are precisely the ones who require our services most urgently. I see. Well, I guess that's quite clear. I think we have time for one final call. Imperial Comm Line 5.
Operating number WO557. Level 4 clearance. I've heard some rumors that your facility, that it uses techniques adapted from Imperial interrogation protocols. Any truth to that? At all?
The Empire's resources are applied with maximum efficiency. Technology developed for one purpose often has applications in others. Our neural stimulus techniques are precision calibrated for therapeutic benefit. Any similarities to other Imperial technologies are merely coincidental efficiencies.
So you're saying there's no
No connection to the interrogation division? Is that right?
I'm saying that Imperial research and development operates with optimal resource allocation. Why develop new technologies when existing ones can be adapted? The outcome is what matters. Improved Imperial performance.
And what about the rumored memory adjustment protocols?
I believe I've addressed these questions sufficiently. Thank you for your interest in our facility. Thank you for clarifying that, Director. We have one more caller through. Comm line 6. You're our final caller tonight.
Operating number DN421. Level 4 clearance. I participated in the trial run of treatments last week, and I have to say, I've never felt better. My efficiency rating has increased by 27%, and I no longer experience any distracting emotional responses during crisis situations. It's quite liberating.
Thank you for sharing your experience. This is precisely the outcome our protocols are designed to achieve. Emotional responses often cloud judgment and delay action. By optimizing these neural pathways, we enable personnel to function at peak efficiency.
I used to worry about my family back in Corellia, but now I understand that such concerns were inefficient distractions. The Empire is my family now. My only purpose is to serve. Yesterday, we received word that my home city was partially destroyed in a rebel attack, and I was able to continue my duties without any productivity loss. Before optimization, I would have requested personal leave, wasting valuable Imperial resources.
Exemplary attitude. Perhaps you'd be willing to speak to new subjects about your experience. Peer testimonials have proven effective in reducing initial resistance.
I would be honored to share the benefits of optimization with my fellow Imperial servants. The protocols have shown me the true meaning of Imperial dedication. I see now that individuality is inefficiency.
That's quite a testimonial. And I believe we're out of time. Director Vax, thank you for joining us tonight and giving us this exclusive preview of the Death Star Wellness Initiative. Thank you, Morton. I should mention that you've been scheduled for your initial optimization assessment tomorrow at 0900 hours. Your performance metrics indicate several areas that could benefit from our protocols. I've noted some concerning thought patterns during our conversation that suggest some suboptimal Imperial alignment. Really, I look forward to it. I really do. Well, thank you, Director. This has been Night Shift with Midnight Morton, reminding you that a productive Imperial is a healthy Imperial. Glory to the Empire, and good night.
This concludes our broadcast. Glory to the Empire.